Hello, everybody. I'm going to start a little bit earlier than I had originally scheduled because right now, Hard Chores is already underway. They had some hang-ups, I believe, last night with Vesuvius. So it slowed down their plans. They're playing catch-up right now. Hi, everyone. How's it going? It's your news anchor, Org Rogue Fishslayer here with the eye in the sky. We are currently in the instance with Hard Chores. If you've done Naxx, you might recognize this spot. This is Spiderwing. I believe they started today doing a little catch-up. They cleared, let me just double check my notes. I was doing a little pre-chat with them. They've already cleared just today Hagen, Lothib, and Faralina. I believe they are... Maybe they already cleared Maexxna? I don't know. I would assume... Oh, no. They are going to clear Maexxna. So that's where they're going right now. We'll get into it. We'll take a look at what's going on. Hardcore raiding is a completely different beast. So expect to see some new things. Do not expect a speed clear. They are meticulously taking their time, as you should, with such a thing going on. How did those two die in Naxx? I don't know if anyone died in Naxx already. I know they started the clear yesterday, where they cleared some of the bosses to prep for today, where they're making a real attempt at the end game here. They are skipping trash, which is still pretty nerve-wracking, I'd imagine. But clearing all this does take quite a bit of time, and I do know that the Plague Deathhounds can be a little hazardous because they do this nasty knockback. That being said, though, I do not believe there were any deaths in their earlier attempts. I believe there was a heartbeat resist that made some stuff with what's his name, Vesuvius. A little touch and go for them. So we're watching them make their way to Lothib. There's going to be some stoppage time. And I do know there's going to be certainly some stoppage time before they make their first real attempts. I don't know if they've cleared Gothik, but I do think this will be a first for Horsemen. And if not, I know they haven't touched Frostwing. So this will certainly be their first Sapphiron and their first KT if they get that far. It's going to sneak in up here, because otherwise I'll be closed out. I am absolutely paranoid that somehow something I might do might mess things up. But as the eye in the sky, I am not capable of entering combat. So that should help. For anyone who's paid attention to some of the hardcore exploits in the larger Turtle WoW history, this would not be the first time a hardcore team has cleared Naxx. I believe there was a team on Ravenstorm that has done it already. I think I have it right here. Yes, this is an old Twitter post, I think, from Turtle WoW. The guild Poku did it first. So, you know, this is not completely out of... this is not without any sort of precedent. But anyone who's watched my content knows that I have a soft spot for Hard Chores. I'll be telling plenty of stories when we have some downtime. Actually, I'll even change the music because we're about to get into a boss fight. Let me get this up to... is this one good? Maybe. Yep, exactly, Tantorner. That's exactly what I was talking about. There was also, quite classically, on this boss, even before Poku cleared first time, there was a very tragic wipe of a bunch of hardcores on Maexxna. They had pulled Maexxna close enough to the door to trigger some sort of kiting, anti-kiting thing that the team had put in. and it wiped their team. It's quite tragic. That was like middle of last year, I think. So, do safe spots work on Turtle WoW? Some may not. I guarantee you each one of these fine raiders has a Petri Flask anyway. But I do know they've definitely cleared Maexxna before, so this should be something that they have well in hand. You'll see they take their time before every fight, and you know, when I look at like what's going on in game, I can see every single one of them is drinking Stam alcohol, because I can see blank is sobering up, then blank is tipsy, then blank is tipsy. Every single one of them. Let's take a look at Chadu here. Look at all those buffs. Valentine's Day is a great time because you can put together gift packages for these nice little buffs, which I'm sure they're taking advantage of here. They also, you'll probably see some other people that have the Valentine's Day chocolate effects on, if they can use them. All right, here goes the pull. And yes, that is a hardcore player with a Thunder Fury. That is not a T-Mock. That is a real Thunder Fury. I wonder if I'm going to get web wrapped up here as a eye in the sky. Look how many buffs their tank has. Look at that. I see Wind Fury. I see Flame Tongue. I even see one I don't even... I see some buffs I don't recognize. Look at them also desperately trying to save. They're ranged. They turn around to knock down the people. No one dies in this raid. So, you know, you'll certainly see a lot less speedrunning mechanics and a lot mechanics as they're supposed to be done. Even on Turtle WoW, you can do a thing where you do like the Paladin trick where, you know, you die to pop back up to protect someone and then use a Soul Stone to pop up to then heal. They can't do that. They're hardcore, you know, so... they did have someone who popped out. It looks like. Look at them go back to save the people in the... look at that. Perfect synchronization. Now, you might be wondering, hey, why are all the mages frost? Because you see a lot of frost bolts here. Frost mages have really good survivability. They have ice barrier built in. That's important. This is a second web wrap phase. Am I web wrapped? Nope, I'm not. See? I'm not in combat. Take a look at Maexxna. Down to 30%. This is going to be a scary part. She's going to enrage here. They have new web wraps. Looks like they had some dedicated healers go back, and everyone's going back. If you have a ranged ability, you go to help. I don't see any deaths. Good stuff. Can I click this? Will I be allowed to? I don't think I will be. Oh, wait, maybe. Give it to me. Come on, let me... All right, fine. I'll have to teleport to one of them. Oh, he hasn't gone yet. The portals on Turtle WoW do this sometimes. If you're wondering what they're doing, sometimes you just can't click on them. It is a long-standing issue. That's okay, though. It's not a speedrun. I'll also subject you guys to hearing the 4 Horsemen yell stuff. Oh, Chadu's still here? Who else did I think I had Say? Alright, so as previously established, you can see all the bodies here. They have cleared Vesuvius. They did that, I believe, last night. Thane, I mean, that's exactly where I'm at. I mean, some of these people, I mean, I'm not even joking. When I first started playing on Turtle WoW, I played as a hardcore rogue named Vrograg, and I knew some of these people coming up. They would be in the hardcore chat, or what we had back then was a separate guild called Still Alive. But like, it's crazy to see them come this far. I mean, some of their tunes have died, and they're just playing on a similar tune. Some of them are still the OG. While they're getting set for that, I'll take you a little bit down memory lane here, as I had some stuff prepped. So when I was doing my new stuff much more frequently, I made this weird tradition. Whenever Hard Chores first cleared a raid, I would make a plaque, and it started with this one. Here's the MC plaque. You can see graphic design is my passion. This was everyone who was in their first Molten Core. I believe the title they got was Vanquisher of the Flames. The other one, I think, are called Conqueror. I'm not 100%. It also depends on when the Turtle management decides to give them name or the titles. But you can see that was on September 3rd, 2023. You have to think that, like, they are pushing up against, 3 solid years of progression on this. And they've had their setbacks. Right here we have their... I got a little bit better as time went on. This is their BWL plaque, Conqueror of Dragons. This was on August 10th, 2024. So almost a year to the date between Molten Core and Blackwing Lair. The most recent one I made for them was this. This was July 19th, 2025. So a little less than a year, I think, between these clears. And so here we are, right? It's 2026. It's in February. So this would be good pace for them. That means they didn't lose a ton of people in AQ40. However, they have lost some people. I think they did lose a Thunder Fury wielding tank back during the summer. It was quite a loss for them. It was a tragic thing. The full story behind it involves, if you know what a guardian pet is, it's something like if you have a bear off peasant collar, it pops out, right? And you can use that on a Huhuron to be a soaker for some of the poison that goes out. However, there's this weird thing that sometimes guardian pets can do, which if for some reason guardian pets choose to, if you target something, if you mouse over something, guardian pets are weird. Like, their AI is weird. I think we can all agree on that. A guardian pet from a Barrow Caller decided to pull an Anubis South Guardian that came over during their Huhuron pull and killed their tank because like it came out of nowhere, right? They didn't even realize it. So they lost people before they were able to petri and get out of there. So, but that didn't stop them. They still got AQ40 done. And now I should say, this isn't their first time in Naxx. They have been in Naxx before. They've been essentially farming some of their easier bosses, slowly grading gear, and that's the kind of measured pace you need to take with hardcore. You need to take things slow. You need to be careful. Everyone needs to be 100% on what's going on. Everyone needs to know their roles. And I mean, like, if I click any one of these people, they're going to be buffed to bejesus and back. They're going to have tons of stamina. They're going to have every single buff, like, health. They got their fortitude. They got greater armor. Some of these might just be, DPS that wouldn't even normally need it in a raid. But if I take a look at one of their casters, let's find a caster. Yeah, there is a caster right there. See? Just as buff. Even using increased stamina on a mage. Everyone has stamina. This mage even has a health elixir. Like, that's how legit this is. That's how serious this is for them. So, I mean, we'll be watching them as they continue to progress, but regardless of how tonight goes for them, I want to say, just personally, I'm really proud of how far they've come, because they've stuck to it. They've had their setbacks. They kept pressing on, and it has been a pleasure of mine to be watching from the sidelines and be a cheerleader for them. And that's one of the reasons why, even though I've like not done much content, when someone dropped the lines like, "Hey, we're gonna be doing like a real full clear attempt on this date. Like, are you gonna be available to stream?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'll drop whatever I'm doing." That's amazing. So for Mephistroff kill, you had a full suit and now just a shirt. Is hardcore less important? No, hardcore's... I mean... Listen, that was world's first, okay? This is not the world's first hardcore clear. As I established, it's already been done in China. So it has to be a world's first for the full suit. But you know what? This is the first time you guys have seen me with a tie on and not the big headset. The big old headset like this. I've moved to earbuds just because... it's less likely to bother my ears and my hair. Many of you might know I have very long hair, so I'm like, let's do earbuds. You're here for the bloodbath? Blade, how dare you?
Especially since he's supposed to be killing Ragnaros right now.
Also, if you hear anyone talking in the background, that's Murog, who's you guys are like the normal peanut gallery. She's like the local peanut gallery. So you might hear her chirp up every now and then. As she's wont to do. She's my wife. She's allowed to say whatever she wants. I'm not gonna get mad at her. She tolerates me doing this silly stuff all the time. So, I mean, what we're looking at here is, this is, if you've done Naxx, again, like, this is trash that isn't too hard, but this is probably trash they haven't done a lot, because I believe, I could be wrong, I think this is the first time they've gone to Gothic. So they're going to be reviewing everything. They're going to be checking everything. I believe someone on the team might even have the ability to like spool up a vMango server on their own, and I think they might do like a screen share thing to help visualize things. Like that's how legit this is. That's how much work goes into this. So although you guys are getting to watch this, there is sort of like a massive amount of work that's gone into just to get to this point. So I hope everyone's cheering for Hard Chores' success. I know I am. I am super biased today as the news org. I will make that perfectly clear. Oh, you died on Rag, Blade. Did you die from fire damage, or did you die from pulling threat, Blade? What do you think the Tauren Priest racial is? I personally think it's going to be a two-handed mace equip. I don't see a two-handed mace equip. If I had to guess, it's... So here's the thing about Tauren racials. There is another racial. It's for Shaman. They used to have this really cool quest chain for Spirit Link. And then Spirit Link was super busted broken. And then they just gave them a totemic slam. There was no quest associated with it. So, I think given the mystical nature of a Tauren priest, I mean, I don't know what the full lore is going to be. I'm sure I could look it up and spoil it for myself if I want to, because I have, like, access or whatever, but I don't care to. I like figuring out stuff as it comes out and learning it as it comes across my desk, so to say. But I imagine it's going to lean into some sort of the mystical aspect of Tauren, and I think that can go in a lot of different ways. I don't think it's going to be like Spirit Link, but there's a lot in Tauren mythology and lore that they can lean into. I doubt it's going to be a weapon equip, though. I only say that because I don't feel like weapons are as integral to the identity of a Tauren as a priest, but I could be wrong. We'll see. It would be funny if there's some sort of mirror of, like, the Night Elves and they get guns. Priests with guns. Yeah, it has a certain ring to it, but I don't know if the Turtle Team's going to go that direction. Miles Morales says, my level 1 Lunatic Guild will be clearing Naxx next month, and we would love for you to cover it. Miles? I doubt that, but I don't doubt the desire is real. Also, I guarantee you if that was true, Scythen, a big level 1 lunatic proponent in the community, probably would have told me. Because I talked to him. He also makes some content too, mostly about level 1 lunatic stuff. If you're interested in that community, you can find Scythen on Discord. He's very active in the Turtlewad Discord. Get into that guild. I know they're very excited about there being a new low-level dungeon. For them, that's like new raid content, essentially. So I know they're pumped about that. But we'll see how that all pans out. I think for right now, there's a lot that's like not finished with level. Like, so when I say not finished, it was sort of a half-baked idea, and I mean this with all love to the tutorial team. I mean, it was like a half-baked idea that they've slowly added to over time, which that's fine. I don't think anyone else has really done this. So they're kind of using a light touch on like giving lunatic exclusive items and how to gear for stuff. So we'll see how that all pans out. But I think in the further future, I think we can see more lunatic stuff. And, you know, if you're interested in that, you know, reach out to the lunatic community. They are small, but they are quite passionate. And it's its own metagame, if you know anything about it. So, Steph asks, regarding your plaques, are there some names that appear on multiple plaques? Yes, there are. So this is the first one, right? This is the Vanquisher of Flames. If I look at this, do you see the, I don't think I can really mouse this over, but you see that middle name in the top, Chadu? That's the same Chadu you see tanking right now, for instance. I think Sage is still around. I know Kegbeard made it through one of the tiers. There might be a few others as well. But there are some that are the connective tissue. So here you have, see Sage, who's here again. Chadu's here. And maybe Kegbeard did die early. I know Mean Mage made it through a couple tiers with them, but I think he got banned for something. I don't know the full story behind there. I know there's some drama, so yeah, it's whatever. I think Sorceress was in the first tier. For the AQ40 plaque. Once again, we see Chadu still alive. I know Incarnan's been around for a while. Sage, again. By the way, Sage came up as a rogue when I was coming up, which is why it's quite touching to see all this stuff happening, because it's like, oh, that could have been me if I took a different route. Yes, that's right, yeah. When we get to another stoppage point, I'm sure they're going to have a stoppage point right before they get to Gothik, because they're probably going to want to discuss fights. I'm going to put a poll in chat right now, in both Twitch and YouTube. Should I watch live side or dead side? I'll leave that poll up for a couple minutes. The Twitch one is live. Let me start the one. Which side to watch? So go ahead and say in your respective chat what you'd like, live or dead. It is your viewing pleasure we'll be enjoying. Yeah, there's when we get to the pre-Gothic stoppage for them to review everything again, I'll show you guys an oldie but a goodie from the long ancient history of Hard Chores. I'm wondering if there's any old heads here that remember the name Shield Maiden. Shield Maiden was an old standard of the early Hard Chores community, and they had a, you know, when I say it went viral in the small community that we have. Now you can see right there. So these guys right here, they don't pat, but they're supposed to. So this is probably the hardcore team trying to figure out what's the safest way to pull them with a hunter that just feigned death. So Feline's Anonymous, they have not cleared Naxx. They have been in Naxx. They have cleared multiple wings, but they have not done a full clear. I believe we're joining right now as they're getting to Gothik, and I believe they have not done Gothik yet. And so what they have left, I believe, is Gothik, 4 Horsemen, Sap, and KT. So we're getting in right in the action. We started when we were watching them clear Maexxna. So, and you should also be aware that they do all of this within their own micro economy. Every flask they have is a flask that they have to independently source all the materials for and have someone who's dedicated who makes those flasks. They can't interact with the auction house. So, do that, also bear that in mind. So, that's why they are very particular about their raid slots, when they can do stuff, the time they could do them. They even have, this is actually how, if anyone else watches my other streams, I talk about this guy named Rodfather, who's raided with Hard Chores in the past, and they had a fishing drive for stone scale eel, for obvious reasons. It's for armor potions and for flasks, right? And he brought them it was something like 3,000 stone scale eels, because he was just a fishing madman. And that's why to this day, Rodfather has the title Fish Slayer and not Vrograg. Everyone seems to be alive still. They did do some bosses that they kind of lost. So I don't know I know a little bit of the story. I don't know exactly how mess ups work for them, but they had some issues with Resuvius Heartbeat Resist and a Fat Finger, and I think that might have set them back some time. Because at least with Resuvius, even if things get borked, you can Petri Flask while other people run away. So it's not like you have to wait for a server reset to live. So I think that might have been the situation. Oh, so I'm getting some of the lore from Conqueror Malphite saying Shield Maiden does not play, but he still hangs around. I'm glad to hear that. All right, I'm going to end the poll here. Did the poll on Twitch stop? Did it just disappear? It probably disappeared. Doesn't matter. Well, it looks like we're watching Dead Side. According to the YouTube poll, we have 90% for Dead Side, so. Oh, by the way, hello, Sonic. I see you. And hello to everyone else dropping by, whether you're a regular or just dropping by to watch some of the drama unfold. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true, Blade. Yeah, it is easier to die on Dead Side. I mean, I think I've almost exclusively only ever done live side because I'm normally playing a caster. But, when I first progged this, I was doing dead side because I was a rogue. So you see how they have Hunter's Mark on them just in the off chance they still pull them? So they're avoiding it, but they just want to make sure. All right, let's get over to dead side. We'll watch from up here, I think. That'll be a good angle to sort of see how their spacing is. There's the man himself, Gothik. Oh, so while they're getting set, let's see, I think I have it here. Well, that doesn't help. That's not the... Also, I have no idea if the audio is going to play on this, so we'll see. Nope, it's not playing. Let me get that fixed. So this was how I first learned about the existence of Hard Chores. Back in the day, there wasn't Inferno mode. The best you could do is do the command to stop gaining XP and just remain level 59 forever. This is before all that. This is how I first found out about Hard Chores, because for them, raiding was like Blackrock Depths. This video is dated from January 31st, 2022, just to give you an idea of how long ago this happened. Make sure this is...
Like, we're not going back for the vault, right? So we can just ignore him. Then we have the door opener, that's later. We can also buy the rum. We have to do it with the rum, right? Since we don't have the... Let me think. I think he sells one better than I need. What the... Okay. I right-clicked. We have to fight him then.
We have to fight them then. These are famous last words. By the way, I'm watching in Gothic. They're not doing anything yet.
Don't have Screech on.
And now they gotta fight. To the small community before we had any other servers, this was a travesty.
Oh fuck. Okay. This,
boy.
Okay.
It's hard to fight a full bar.
Yeah. We can't. We can't. We just have to kill. We have to kill.
I'm assisting healing. Oh my god. More coming. Oh, Jesus.
Oh shit.
They don't hit hard. They don't hit hard.
Oh shit.
Shield Maiden, absolutely holding the line.
Have major heal.
Also, I do notice that looks like Shield Maiden has Flurry Axe. Just noting that.
Kill the fucking dude, man.
Now, if you're watching, you can see the mana getting low.
Save mana right now. I'm killing.
People paying close attention might also notice this name right here, Chatty. I believe that was Chadu's first tune.
Slow trap. New slow trap. Okay, big heal on you. Big heal on you. On you.
No, Mr.
Shield you. Shield. He's shielded. He's shielded. Go around the corner. Go around the corner.
You know, it's tough. It's tough to watch this happening. I mean, if you're looking at those mana bars, you're going, "Ooh, that's not good."
Don't have fucking shit anymore.
Shit.
This fucking shit, man. I fucking interact with the fucking dude, man.
That is shit, man.
Shield Maiden, I remember. I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry I went down like that. But you know what? You know who's here? We have Chatty, or Chadu, who I believe was there when this happened. And so maybe today, Shield Maiden, all these number of years later, can finally be fully avenged. Oh, okay. The legacy's still there. Real Chadu is playing Shaman Restoration right now. Oh, okay. Yeah, and again, like, this is a very tight-knit community. So, like, they will remember the rules, though. You're responsible for anything that happens on your account. So they allow people borrowing and transferring accounts to one another, but don't use it as an excuse, anyone. And don't sell your accounts. Don't be trashy like that. But either way, even what I do know is that that real player is here today, and I think that through line is a very compelling story. Back when I was coming up, I heard about the story. I watched that video. I was like, no, the drama of it all, you know. And from then on, I was hooked. I was hooked to know. I'm like, who are these people? What are they trying to do? You know. And so I've just been hooked. I've been hooked. I've been addicted to watching them progress over time. Yeah, it does look like there's 39. Or at least there's people. Oh. The combat started. Sorry, I realized I turned down the Turtle Wow audio. You know, I'm playing the battle music, but if I'm being real with you guys, Gothic's kind of boring. What I am curious about personally is, are they going to still do crowd control on the live side ads? Also, pay attention to anyone who does Naxx. This is the correct way. You shouldn't spread out on melee side. That's how you die. You notice how they're all staying close on one side near their healers. That's how you live. What? Blade, I wasn't calling you out. But it does sound like you just self-reported. I don't have, I don't know if it would activate. I think it would. I could put my bigwigs on to see so we can track certain things, but it's not strictly necessary. I've done and seen these fights long enough. I kind of know what to look for. It might help for tracking marks on 4 Horsemen when they get there, but you know, I think I'll get marks as an eye in the sky. I'll have to see, but exactly, Raukangren. Yeah, that. I think that is a good way of putting it. Raukangren says they are disciples of self-control. This boss has nothing on them. Exactly. The danger of this fight is not being disciplined. If you're on melee side, spreading out, not remembering to interrupt the horses. On live side, not remembering to interrupt, having an incorrect kill order, not CCing. But these guys take it legit. I am going to be glancing over there to see, because I think at a certain phase they might CC and die to horse so I could spam world chat. Yeah. See, like, look, all of their like this is adventurous. These guys, they're risking their life when they go that far out. There's like an invisible line right here that they just don't want to cross. Healers are doing a good job too. Natty Fury, cute name. Is he? I think this is another healer. Chiku. Honed. Incarnos, I think that's one of the older members of the veteran members, I should say. It could be young, you know, of Hard Chores. How fast they'll take the boss down? I'm not gonna do. If I knew how to do Twitch stuff, I'd do a Gamba on it. But I'd like to see, how long do you guys think it's gonna take for them to kill Gothik when Gothik finally descends? By the way, they are using CC. This is a very well controlled fight. I will say this: it's definitely gonna get to dead side. The casters aren't going to kill it before that phase. Yep, there's the Death Knight. You can see now they're probably communicating right now, talking about when to take these Death Knights out. and send him over. I believe this is when the fight gets a little bit hectic, but they have things pretty well in control. All right, he's just teleported in. Oh, why is that there? Okay. Looks like they're going to keep the CCs up. They even have some of the acolytes still CC with polymorph. It's that well in hand. I'm going to add like 5 seconds into the timer, but he's not hard to kill. Looks like it took him a standard 30 seconds. Now they have some trash to clean up here. This should be pretty easy. But I mean, like, I understand controlling these guys, but they are so meticulous. They even polymorphed these guys right here. The unrelenting trainees. That's how careful they are. I don't think I've done that since, like, earliest prog on, like, classic of Gothic.
Perhaps they will come to their senses and run away as fast as they can.
I mean, Zelik, I'm kind of with you on that one.
Shut your fly threat before I shut it for you.
You have to remember that these guys have had the four horsemen yelling at them for a long time. Yes, the real fun does begin. This trash can be a little sticky, but I think they're pretty smart. I think they can get through this trash. Again, they're very disciplined, but I think four horsemen's going to be the real litmus test, right? Whether you've done this, softcore or hardcore, you know that four horsemen is the real test. Is your raid team up to snuff? Can everyone follow directions? Can everyone be coordinated? Can communications be clear? That's probably, I think if they can do that, they can probably do everything else. Also, one small thing to note here. One of the reasons why Hard Chores can now feel confident to later try for KT is because the team, I believe, finally fixed some long-standing bugs with KT. Now, if you don't know, KT, during his Phase 2, has, like, abilities he does. He can do Frost Blast, he does Fissure, he does a mana explosion thing on one person with mana. Now, these abilities he does, they all have cooldowns, and those cooldowns were correct, but he could use them in quick succession. So he could do, like, a Mind Control and then a Frost Blast, and then, like, a Fissure. Now, since a recent fix, I think it was a couple months ago, the team made it so that KT's cooldown between when he uses abilities actually is working. And I know for a while, Hard Chores was talking about, like, I don't know if we can do KT because it wasn't reliable whether or not they could, like, work with those timers. And I completely understand because, like, in old KT, I'll call it, some of it was RNG. If you got a bunch of his abilities back to back, it's like, I hope you have enough DPS to kill him. And it is a great fix, exactly, Lizzy Babs. It's not like the content needed to be easier or anything. But I think that makes it, again, like the stuff that Hard Chores needs isn't necessarily what most raids need. Another example, for instance, if you've done Emerald Sanctum on Turtle WoW, if you do the hard mode, what you actually have to do is kill the main boss while keeping the mini boss or the side boss alive. And there was a long-standing bug where even if you kept that guy alive, he'd still keep fighting the tank. And Hard Chores was not interested in doing that because they're like, we don't know if we're going to live because that guy needs to drop combat. And once that happened, they're like, okay, we can do Emerald Sanctum now. So, like, some of the bugs you encounter, you might be like, whatever, the tank died, but he ended up, resetting it. It was all good. Hard Chores, that's not always the same story. So, Blade says they should click the scepter for KT. I guarantee you one thing is that their raid leader is going to 100% tell them that he will reach through the screen and strangle them if anyone even gets close to that. Even though I think only the raid leader can activate it, I guarantee you. Yeah. Oh, hello. Oh, by the way, everyone, the person who let me know about the time of this going on is actually Bruno Lich, who's in YouTube chat. So say hi to Bruno Lich. Thank him for the tip here, because I might not have known this was going on. He's been a wonderful informant about the goings-ons of Hard Chores. So I'm going to get rid of that timer. It doesn't need to be there. Tiny Violin Turtle Edition? No, I don't think they have monsters. They don't have monsters in their ranks. That is a monster move. What we might need here... Oh, okay, sorry. Also, Lizzie Babs, I just noticed there's a shield next to your name now in YouTube chat. I don't know why that is. Hi, I'm Vrograg. I don't know what I'm doing. I just like making stuff and having a good time. Oh, they're actually killing the... Now this, strictly speaking, I don't think you need to clear that guy. But pay attention. Because even these guys can be pretty deadly. When they get low on health, they do enrage. And when they enrage, they really start slapping. So we're going to follow this one right here. Right? And you see how the tank runs away? That's on purpose. Because you don't want to get hit by him at that point. See, again, right here, the tank runs away. By the way, they have another Thunderfury. Look at that. And then they blow him up. If you're a DPS, that's how it's supposed to work. Stop letting your tanks die, or throw a slow out to give your tank a chance to survive. Oh, that's a mod shield? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're a mod too. That makes sense, Murok. Speaking of events, can we expect a Warcraft 2 Wednesday? Oh yeah, I should probably say for any of my regular watchers, I've been a little disconnected. Murag was I've been taking care of Murag, who's recovering from a surgery, so I've just not really been. My head hasn't been in the game as far as streaming. I don't think anyone's going to hold that against me. But yes, if I stream on a Wednesday, that's going to be the only thing I stream. Rockangren. I still have the overlay and everything set up for it still. And I want to get some use out of that overlay. Pet Intimidate OP. True. The $1 billion priest? What does that mean? Caretaker Vrograg. The only caretaker I know of is the one that made that long music project that if you listen to it, you're going to cry. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I would not listen to that album unless you have tissues. Oh, that's right. The canon, for people asking, is Murag went and had bionic implants put in so she'd become an even better healer. So far, the healing's worked. She's been a great healer. That's true, Blade. Yeah, you can't be a $6 million cyborg anymore because inflation's throwing everything off. It's got to be $1 billion. Even though the ethicalness of a $1 billion anything is questionable. I would trust my wife with $1 billion, but I would immediately tell her to get rid of it. I would trust her choice, but I'd be like, you don't need that much. You're damn right, Murog's worth it. That's why I said I wouldn't tell her what to do with it, but my only advice would be it's not a good look. Now they're gonna do the plague gargoyles here. I want to see if I get hit with the volley. You see, I don't get hit by the nature damage volley, so I'm definitely not in combat. That's good. there's chance I might not get hit by the shadow mark during 4 Horsemen, which would be great because I don't think I'll die, but if I do, I don't know how to fix it other than make a ticket. And boy, I tell you one thing, GMs do not like seeing a ticket from an idiot like me going, I broke my bird, please fix. Thank you, Cheatin, for the subscription on YouTube. Appreciate that. Also, Tantorner, thank you for the follow on Twitch a little while ago. You want to see Carnage, Atticus? Hey, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand, like, I think you guys know that I enjoy putting on entertaining streams. This is one of those places where, like, if I didn't know some of the hardcore people, if I haven't been, like, a buddy with them for years, I would probably want the same. But thank you, Bowie, for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. They are letting that pack go away. I personally would clear that pat. That pack can be problematic. maybe they won't. Yeah, that's right. I did run one of my social games yesterday for the guild. They had a lot of fun. I haven't like done any. I can't really do a stream of those social games I run because they're very complex and very like it wouldn't be entertaining. But they're fun to play in. Patrol ignoring corpses is just way too hilarious. I mean, yeah, he's just like, yeah, look at those gargoyles. They're taking a... Do they have... Is it break time for the gargoyles? I mean, well, that's the thing, Bowie. At any point, anything could kill them. Right? So imagine this, right? One of their healers DCs. It like that could always happen, and I'm sure that's in the back of their mind, right? Which is again why I think it's so amazing they've made it this far. And again, like only a few of them have made it through. You know, like we looked at those plaques before. And you know, if they make it today, the first thing I'll do after I'm done here is I'll start working on a plaque. I'll need the full list of names, but you know what? Let's not jinx it. Let's not jinx it. Hello, Joseph Kiss. Everyone say hello to Joseph, who is one of our fine composers for Turtle WoW. Make sure to say hello to him. Check out his... Do you have a SoundCloud? I know you do. I know I've seen it. But if you want to see or listen to some of the new or old music from Turtle WoW, check out his SoundCloud. I'll link that. Just because Joseph's the homie. SoundCloud. Oh, that's not right. Joseph, why is your name popular? That's an old composer work. Oh, okay, I got you. Speaking of old work, by the way. If anyone saw the thumbnail that I got for the YouTube stream, I found an ancient post from one of the art team people. Once I show you the picture, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me get this over though onto that one. Right, let's see. It's on. This artwork was by Skenzo, also known as Lionel Schramm. This was done 5 years ago, And I said, hey, I found one of your pictures of like old Naxxramas from like 5 years ago. He's like, yeah, I know it looks terrible. Like you can see how little I knew about illustration. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What? This is gorgeous. That goes to show you the kind of artistry that man has. Love his stuff. All right. So they're preparing right now to enter the big gates, the big doors. I will not open the door for them. That is theirs to do. I think if anything, Blade, someone like Lionel Schramm is the reason why real artists will always be superior over AI. And although like I like to goof around about AI, sometimes it's good for a laugh. Got like a serious artist like Joseph or Lionel, you can't replicate that. You can't replicate true artistry. I imagine they are all chugging protection potions right now. So we should expect to see here not a Thane burn strat. I'm imagining. I don't know for sure. I didn't like sit in on their strategy meeting. We'll see soon enough. But, I'm seeing, you're probably going to see there's a shadow protection, fire protection, and you might even see a greater holy protection potion go on too, because Zeliek does do holy damage. I don't know if they're that crazy. I like greater holy protection potion, and for people who may not actually know this, that is really a thing. Let me see if I can show this. It's not, there's like almost no spot where it's like useful except for like battlegrounds and this fight. Let me see. Greater holy all right, right there. It's made with elemental air and golden sand, and it's like a standard protection potion. If for whatever reason, you're in this fight and you want to bring something a little special, hand some of these out or use them yourself. I can confidently say it has saved my life in a raid once. When I got an unfortunate bounce, I was the third bounce in a chain. It would have killed me, but I had the potion on. Oh, yeah. More Terios. I do community content and like news for the community. So I've been doing it for a while. The team graciously afforded me it is a GM account, but it has like no permissions except for flight, invisibility, and teleport. I can't do anything. I could say hi to people, although I've been instructed to by management not to do that. So I keep it light. Blade says, why does the database say 3251 when it's 3250 in game? What do you mean? About the damage total? I don't know. I do not know. I know there are some things about the Turtle Out database that are janky that will always be janky. What's new on Turtle Classic Star? Oh, I would say as far as new stuff, I mean, we are, I think, rounding the corner. They haven't given any date, but I know the team's prepping to release another patch. We're looking at getting another, like a low-level Alliance dungeon, a mid-level-ish dungeon for like 1,000 needles. That's going to continue, I believe, some of the Bloodhoof? No. The Grim Totem storyline. And we're also getting I can't remember exactly where the gear is going to be sitting, but we're going to get like a Timber Maw raid. Also, if you're noticing that like all of them, like a bunch of them went away. So I mentioned this before, but they are so dedicated about getting this right on the first try. I know some people on their team said, hey, when we go to do a new boss, we're going to take a break. We're going to do like some visualization stuff. And like, that's what they're doing right now. That's how dyed-in-the-wool dedicated these guys are, because you can't get this wrong. You know what I mean? You can't have come this far after years of progression to be like, oh wait, how do marks work? You know what I mean? So if you're wondering where they are, that's where they be. It they will return, I believe. You have awakened me too soon? Nah. I am checking their Discord. Make sure they didn't ping me to be like, you fool, don't tell them our secret strategy. How many of them have done this fight as non-hardcores on Turtle? I mean, I think it runs the gamut. I remember I've asked this question before about like, well, like, oh, it can't be that tough. I'm sure you guys have done this before. I know that there are some people, literally there are some people that are on their team today that this will be the first time they see 4 Horsemen. And there are also people on the team that have been like playing WoW since like 2005 and everything in between. So, but because they have people that haven't seen the bosses, they have to play it safe. They have to show everything. And, you know, if you've done 4 Horsemen, it's not like after you do it, it seems simple, but like everybody usually learns better by doing. So, like, this isn't something that you could simply explain, I feel. Especially a fight that's as technical as 4 Horsemen. So, you're so excited to see someone try to Petri and still die to marks. I could be wrong. Is that how that works? I thought Petri is GG, you're safe. Maybe not. Okay, looks like Loiu says, I know at least 10 to 15 people, it's first Naxx ever. Claps in chat to them. 4 Horsemen marks go through Petri. Wow. So, yep. You cannot mess this up. This has got to be nerve-wracking. And by the way, if you are on Hard Chores and you're watching this, stop watching. Listen to your raid leader. Do not listen to me. Sincerely, I do not want that on my karma. Please. It's either a clear or wipe. Blade, you got it. That's right. Because if someone dies, that is not a situation where you're like, oh, well, I guess we reset. You can't. I think technically you can reset in the first few seconds if you have someone out in the hallway who's like spamming heals. I don't know if that still works. That can technically reset it. As like a way to prevent kiting, but Agufug says all Hard Chores have done it before on their V Mangoes test server. Yeah, exactly. I was talking about I didn't know exactly how that works. But I did know of an existence of a V Mangoes like sandbox they can play around in and test things out in, and that's great. That's a fantastic tool. Probably something that would be necessary, especially for someone that's never been to this fight before. Murug's saying that reset doesn't work anymore. Okay. I'm gonna grab a drink while we're waiting. I will be right back. And we're back. Turn on your chat, leaves channels so we can have a recording of any of the deaths that turn up on global messages. I mean, I can. Let me see about fixing that. Channels, I'll just turn off everything pretty much. I'll leave say open. And yell. I don't have a guild. Don't want whispers. I'm not in a party. Never want hardcore. I think system messages are for deaths, so I'll leave that one on. Turn off general, turn off local defense. Alright, that should be everything. System is the one, yeah. Alright, let's see how this... Yeah, is that... Let me... Hold on. Let me do a quick reload. So it clears out all my log. So there are like GM tools that the team has that I don't know if they want me showing stuff from. I'm an abundance of caution. That's all I'm using here. That was cool. Yeah. So if you don't know, there are automated systems they have that check things that look suspicious. I'm just gonna clear it out because I have like a thing that saves it. I wonder what channel that is. Oh, you lost your 2FA? I'm sorry, but like hopefully you have your recovery code somewhere, because I think that's the only way you can do it. I mean, that's the consequence of making sure I don't have anything else on. No. I think those do count as guild chats. Okay. Exactly, Blade. Yeah. But the reason I don't want to show that is because I don't that's information that isn't generally open to the public, and I don't want anyone getting harassed or anything like that, so I'm just using abundance of caution here. So B. Okay, I think I have it cleared out now. Because, honestly, I do take the, privileges that, the team's given me quite seriously, and I would not want to ever violate their... yeah, it's still going to show up. Dang it. I don't know how to turn that off. Why must all GMs, even media tunes, have to see that? I think it counts as a system message. So yeah, Blade, I can't do it without potentially violating a GM rule. I apologize. If someone who is a GM for Turtle knows how to maybe disable that, let me know. Because then I could maybe show any logs that are popping up. Let me just get that back in place. So apologies for that. Just bother Cherry Pie in the Turtle Wild Discord. I hate bothering Cherry Pie. Cherry Pie is such an amazing person, such a great asset to the community. I feel bad when I bother her with anything. Can log onto another account and record from there. But for me to be here, I need to be a GM. And if I'm a GM... Oh, I see what you're saying, like, show the chat. Yeah, that could work, maybe. Can we Vrograd control your bird? No, Cyborg Bob. That add-on is very much turned off. Yeah, I mean, listen. If people start dying, I'll show the chat. I'll show the carnage, don't worry. Yeah. You won't miss it. We will definitely take a look. But that being said, if someone from the team does know how to turn that off, I would love that, because I don't want to violate your rules or terms or anything. And I guarantee you, letting you know that player blank sold 100 items on the auction house so far this session. Or what are the other ones? There's like... I know there's one for... Has 0 active summons, and the limit is 100? I don't know what summons is about. The less I know, the better. Record the chat bot in their Discord. I don't have access to that channel, Yugo. Also, hi, by the way. I could chat. I'm pretty sure I don't have access because I'm essentially just like a community goof who pops in. I know they have a channel that does that though. And anyone who could give me the permissions is probably involved in raiding, so I don't want to bother them. I'm the news orc who doesn't bother anyone, because honestly, in some respects, when trying to report and record, you want to watch events unfold as they happen. You don't want to be part of the news. Ralph Kangren, I know she likes pings, but she likes pings when they're relevant. Also, I guarantee you, if there is carnage, we will see it. Many will record it. It's not like no one's on the server right now, and 1,500 people are gonna like screen cap anything that says like, you know, blank was killed by Zeliak. You know what I mean? That's true. Yeah, I don't want to tell everyone the way to hack Cherry Pie is just whatever you ping her with, just send a cute animal, and I guarantee you it will go better. Don't do that. But it does work. So, just food for thought. All right, while we're still waiting here, we'll take a look at some of the class change stuff that's going on. Yeah, exactly, Yugo. You might have that role, but I don't, and I don't need it. Also, if I'm being perfectly honest, you should have to earn the right to get whatever in their Discord. I did level as a immortal character, but I never joined Hard Chores, so like it's not that. Yes, exactly, Murag. Cherry Pie is a nice person, and kindness goes really well with her. I've seen some terrible DMs of some people from the community being absolute little turd burglars to her, and I wish I could reach through the screen and strangle them for that, but I can only do so much. I think the class changes are baked into this post. No way, Yugo. Do you have an old 59, an old hardcore 59? Were you in Hard Chores? You might have missed it too, Yugo. I also showed them the old Shield Maiden video, so I could educate them about the ancient past. Oh, that's adorable. But I'm just looking for the, you know, I think it's on their, I think it's on Discord. It's probably easier to find. It's probably in announcements. Yeah, there it is. Oh, right, because it's on page 42, of course. Wait, why would they? Oh, okay. This is here. Okay. At least did want to touch upon this while we're waiting. It does look like they had some additions. If you've seen the class change patch notes that came out on the 23rd. They have issued some changes to what they initially noted. I'll give commentary on ones that I feel like I would understand. If any of you have any particular feelings about ones, definitely let me know, because there are some classes I just don't know enough about. Druid being one of them. So again, this is a revision that happened a couple days after. The original notes, I think, are somewhere else, but I think they just fixed a couple things. Improved Fire Blast, increased global cooldown reduction to 361. Okay, so Fire Blast is an instant cast spell mages have. This makes it so that it has a shorter global cooldown reduction. Interesting. I wonder what the purpose behind this is, because I know you can get stacks, the old Scorch stacks up with Fire Blast now, so maybe that's part of the logic here? Interesting. Anyway, I know a little bit about priests. Most of it I know through osmosis with Murog, but I've also started playing a priest with Murog. We've had a lot of fun so far. Swap Blackout position with improved Mind Blast. Okay. Spirit Tap now also triggers a Mind Blast critical strikes. Why would it not? Oh, just period. Oh, that's actually... That's... hello. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean, Blade. Oh, link us? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll shoot you guys the link. Might be. There's the link in YouTube chat and in Twitch chat if you want to read along with what I'm looking at while we're waiting for Hard Chores to get done their pre-meeting. So if I'm reading this correct, though, Spirit Tap will just trigger on Mind Blast criticals. That's... I will say, Yugo, actually, of all people, if they are who I think they are, definitely sold me on Spirit Tap while leveling with a warrior. Spirit Tap's great. It might not be for raid, but it's great. So that's cool. Holy Nova, reduced mana cost for all ranks by around 15%. I can also say pretty authoritatively. I wish you guys were there. You would have laughed. So, like, I've played Mage a lot. So in my brain, when I see Holy Nova, I'm like, oh, it's just like Arcane Explosion. Easy. Right? And so I, like, dotted a bunch of stuff up with Murog, who's playing a warrior. I'm like, just cleave him down. It'll be fine. I'm just going to Holy Nova. And she's like, it doesn't work like that. I didn't realize how mana thirsty that spell is. And I was like, I am out of mana and I can no longer Holy Nova. We barely made it through that encounter. But in my mind, I'm like, oh, I'm like a mage. I can do this a bunch. It's easy. So that's good to see. Maybe I could have squeaked out one more Holy Nova. Improved Fade also reduces cooldown of Fade. I think this is good because I know that at least Shadow Priests can have some real threat issues. So maybe this will help in some regard. Ritual of Doom, reduced initial cast time to 3 seconds, reduced summoner channel time to 2 seconds, reduced. Alright, okay. I don't know a lot about these Warlock ones. Increase base cast time from 1.5 to 2 seconds, increase spell power scaling to 57%. I wonder if that's a measure of just changing it because the spell cast time changes, because I know scaling matters with cast time, so. Oh, this should be interesting. I mean, I know some warlocks have enjoyed doing stuff with fire. I don't know how this is going to affect things. Pet avoidance AoE damage reduction now also affect cleave type damage. That's good. Ooh, this one is cash money for the warlocks. What? Because if there's one thing warlocks hate that they have to do it, is put on a curse. And the GCD of shadow and elements being 1 second, they're gonna like that. That's nice. Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, like, it's got to be. I'm not saying it's something that warlocks don't like doing, right? It's sort of like a shaman having to drop their totems for a combat, right? It's part of what they do, but like shamans don't really have shared GCDs on any of their totems, except for some rare exceptions on ones that should have GCDs, right? But this is a little bit like that, where it's making like that upfront cost of like, I'm just getting set for combat. I don't need this to take all day, right? I think this is a good move.
The cat is hungry.
Oh, the cat's hungry?
He was being a butt about it.
Oh, well. Well, Mandalore, what if we have a little tasty treat for you? We might get Mandalore in frame, guys. We got a cat on stream. Everybody say hi to Mandalore. He's a cat, so he's food motivated. Hey, Mandalore. Want to say hi? He doesn't care. He just cares about the treats. Yes, the real Mando. What's going on, buddy? Yeah? You keep me company?
And that's it. The treats are gone.
Yep. Mandalore is he's a busy cat. He's got things to do. And if what I do isn't food, then he doesn't care. Lizzie Bab says, also, Searing Pain scaling will work differently now because 2.0 cast speed and having Bane remove 0.5. Okay. That's also new and 1 second GCD as well, so Searing Pain might work well next. Yeah, exactly. I think there's been a lot of efforts from the team to do stuff to make fire lock a thing, just in general, but it doesn't look like they change anything else. I have heard from some PvP people that are a little circumspect about PvP dampening and how well that's going to work. Blade, I am pretty sure that's the case as well, that spell coefficients come from the base cast, yes. There's a healing reduction debuff right now from Warlocks. Pablo Ilvento, thank you for the YouTube subscription. Appreciate that. Huh. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't know there was a healing reduction debuff, though. Like, genuinely, I just didn't know that's a thing. Which demon does it? Wait, is that to them or to everyone in their group? All graders? Oof. That's pretty tough. Just the lock and the demon? It's still tough. I think that must have been a PvP move, though, right? That must have been. You use health funnel to maintain unleashed potential stacks? I had no idea Warlock was that technical. At the high end. Damn, that's crazy. Trying to think of anything else I've heard from people about stuff that's changing that I've heard something new about. Most of this, when I went over the change log for classes, is pretty boilerplate for nothing much changed. So Blade, is that buff or debuff they put on, is that just in Battlegrounds, or does that also affect World PvP? It's got to be just Battlegrounds, right? Blade goes full mask off and says, I miss ganking people on my rogue and just absolutely deleting them. I guarantee you the receiving end of that was probably felt differently. That being said, though, if you're a Nordinar and you're flagged, and you're at Blackwing Guard guild base, just be careful. Blade's waiting for you. That sounds balanced to me, Blade. Yeah, if anyone knows where Blackwing Guard guild base is, Blade's ready to throw down to fight. And he does love a good scrap, but do be advised, he's a bissed out rogue. So maybe don't, unless you are also a bissed out rogue. Oh, this was I might have talked about this, but this is something that I think might have come up, but I actually kind of agree with. The profession survival that we all get to do tents and torches and all that stuff should either have its name changed, or this spec for Hunter should have its name changed. I don't really care which one's which, but it is a little weird. Don't tell them that. Blade, I mean, you told on yourself. You said hitting someone with a 3k eviscerate before cheap shot falls off. There's only so many gear permutations you can get away with that on. Yep, I don't think there's anything much that I had to say. I will add, though, I mean, this might be because Murog's poisoned my mind. And however she looks at priests, I think is how I end up looking at priests. However, I have heard, at least from her, that I think a concern she's having, as well as some experienced priests are having, is that without the champion buff giving you reliable mana back, she is concerned about mana sustain for priests, because on one hand you're taking away champion, and on the other you're giving them targetable Prayer of Healing, which is an absolute mana sink. It's very strong, right? But priests might have trouble maintaining that mana. So I think that's going to be a concern moving forward. The only issue that the only bummer about them killing champion is that, like, they've tried for so long to make champion work, and it was finally in a really good spot, and people were like using it and enjoying it, and they're like, we made it too good. It's like, well, just stick to it. You guys got this. Just roll a Night Elf Priest with wand spec and get a bow. The people do love champion. I think some of the buffs are a little much, but I think there's some utility with some of the other things they gave. Also, I will say this. I think I've seen Murog do it like 3 times. But the ability that a priest could do a battle res on their champion is so funny and awesome. And I love that it existed. It's a shame that that goes away. Because there's nothing quite like hearing a tank go, wait, I'm alive? Mid-combat. Because they're not expected to get res by a priest in middle of combat. I think I've seen it happen on 4 Horsemen, at least. Speaking of 4 Horsemen. You guys think maybe Hard Chores chickened out? Where did Hard Chores go? Because I know the second I try to do something else, they're gonna pop in again. If anyone is from Hard Chores that's still watching, where you guys at? They're just doing. I know they're doing test polls, but I don't know, because I was told to expect some downtime between polls. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But now I'm curious. I'm like, how long are the test polls going to take? Being grief with communications. They had some technical issues. Okay, that's fine. I don't necessarily need an update. I just I felt like it's been a while, so I just want to check what's going on. Exactly. They take their time. And you know what? We're here to celebrate that with them. Hey, Sheil, how's it going? Everyone who's watching, you can say hi to Sheil. He's over in Twitch chat. Our fabulous, fun DJ for Everlook Broadcasting, who had a show yesterday, I think it was. I think I popped in to say hi. Good show. You had a couple songs you mixed together that went a little rough. I remember there was one that you said, this doesn't have a BPM. But the rest of the music was great. I love our Everlook radio DJs. I think they make the world quite a bit more alive than one would think. Yeah, I know you knew the one I was talking about because I heard that. I'm like, what is he doing? But I do appreciate you not playing 2 Electric Callboy songs in 30 minutes. So you're improving. It's hard. I know it's probably hard as a European not to play them more. You dress like Hard Chores, have a few. No, listen, I'm here as a sports announcer. I don't know if you. Wait, yeah, no, they must do this in Europe too. Like your sports broadcasters dress up too, right? Yeah. I know your soccer managers dress up really nice. And it's kind of intimidating. Like where I'm from, New England, which by the way, if you're watching this, you're probably not watching the American Super Bowl, but I believe the New England Patriots are in the Super Bowl, which makes me think of Bill Belichick, who is the coach for them, right? He just walked up in a sweatshirt and sweatpants, right? Compare that to a European football coach or manager. They're wearing a Hugo Boss, a nice blazer jacket. They look like they just got back from the barber. They're looking sharp as hell, and I'm like, damn. Europe's kind of got us on that one. You guys should get a Capitals tour once a quarter show. Oh, okay. Is the weekly news show you put on hold for now? Just came back to Turtle and missed a weekly show. Boreas, well, first off, there was 2 weekly news shows I was doing. For a time, I was just doing it through YouTube, and then I was just doing it through the radio. I would just submit it to Dan, and then put those on through the radio. But I haven't done those since I want to say November, December. I've been pretty open about this. It's not something I like going over again, but you don't got to feel bad because I feel like it's worth mentioning, right? Is that I got notification that my Google accounts and my Twitter got a subpoena from Blizzard. Now I'm not on the lawsuit. That much is clear, but it does show that Blizzard wants to probably depose me as part of their larger copyright lawsuit with Turtle WoW. And it might be hard for you guys if you haven't been in a situation like that, but I'm going to tell you now, it's pretty nerve-wracking and pretty deflating to have a multi-billion-dollar corporation looking into you. So I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling too stressed right now. Let's just pump the brakes a little bit. Let's just take it easy. I've still been streaming and doing stuff like that, but pretty much what keeps happening is like when I think about doing the news, I start getting really stressed and panicky, and I'm like, this doesn't feel fun right now. I'm not going to do the news. It's been like that for a while. It's also been nice to take a break and recharge, play the game that I like reporting about. Yeah, no, and Boris, by the way, your question's completely valid. Like, I'm not. I'm absolutely fine and happy with you asking, and it's good to check back in. You know, I will say the only other real news development I have is that some people from the team reached out about maybe doing a periodical, but they're also very busy with patch stuff, so I'm waiting to hear back about that. But since my forte. Despite how much I talk, my actual forte is writing. So I would love to do a periodical, and I've reached out to some people about maybe doing some stories. I don't know how long the periodical is supposed to be, where it would be published or shown. They do have like someone who does some art stuff that I can work with, but like I still need some more input to know how that's going to work. So there's a potential for me to maybe take that avenue to do some news stories. Yeah. Well, thank you, Boreas. Blade says, I just saw a flagged Alliance player show up in the base and nearly jumped into action, but they tabarded in case of guilty. Ah, okay. That's right, Shiel. We did share a room. And Murog was there, too. And who I think it was also DJ Andelin, right? Who was with us? Who is now just a DJ alumni who I think is doing other stuff now. I mean, Blade, listen. The fact that they're taking this long to plan is exactly why they want everything to go smoothly. You can't rush success like this. I remind everyone that, like, this is a grind that started back in, like, 2022. I don't think we're gonna be able to rush them. I mean, for my own, I've tried to be circumspect about the time we all shared a room for obvious reasons, but that was a good time. It was also really great meeting the DJ people. Also, I've seen Noferos multiple times since then because he actually lives in my region. I've also got to meet Dan in real life from the radio team. Dan's great. Noferos is my guy. We get each other. He has a fabulous partner, too, who's great. I love her. She's great. Last time I saw Noferos, I was gifted some very cheap European cigarettes for, like, no reason. I smoked one and then remembered immediately why I hate smoking. Ugh. It was gross. Third Duran, who I think might be a Raukengren alt, because Raukengren's always on my case about vaping. Vaping will destroy your lungs without you even knowing it. I had a chest x-ray last year after vaping for 6 years. It looked rough. Well, I hope you're doing well. I'm never going to promote vaping or defend it. It is my vice. And once upon a time, I was like a 2-pack-a-day smoker. And so while I cannot vouch for the health of vaping, I can, with my full chest, say it is definitely safer than smoking 2 packs a day. But I hear you. I hear you, Thirdaran. You know what? Blizzard made me do it. I'm sorry, I got really anxious and nervous, and they made me start vaping again. So get angry at Blizzard, not me. Yep. Yeah, no, guys, I was like a week clean from vaping, and then Blizzard started snooping around and sending subpoenas at me, and I'm like, oh, I need the nicotine now. So really, I should record this, because now I can bring a lawsuit on them to be like, it's your fault that I I vape all the time. Sue them back. I mean, it's probably a better strategy than most, I think, at this point. I know Blizzard did limp into the barn with some TBC Classic Plus stuff. I heard. I didn't watch it, so this is all hearsay, but I've heard a lot of people were very disappointed with the announcement trailer. Oh, Raukangren, I believe you, and I also use them. I definitely use breathing exercises to calm down. Believe it or not, I'm actually an extremely anxious person at times. I do some amount of meditation. I do yoga flows pretty regularly to keep myself limber. I work a physical job, so. Yes, and Murag did actually fully quit. She used to be a smoker, then she vaped, and then she quit. So, don't be mad at me. Be proud of Murag. Thirdaran now drinks Yelpon Holly tea. That's a bizarre vice to have, but alright. You don't look like one? I don't look like one what? Sorry, I'll get this out. I'll get this off the screen so we can all stare at the door longingly. Where are you, Hard Chores? Okay. You don't know how badly I want to right-click that door. I think it will open for me because I'm a GM, but it's their right. They've earned the right to open the door, but I really want to open it. Go punch Zeliek? No! I am not going to punch anything as the eye in the sky. Did all other YouTubers who were paid to promote Turtle also get subpoenaed? So, I've never been paid to promote Turtle. So, I don't know.
What? Put this in his perch.
Oh, is that his food?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Murag has given me some food. Mandalore. They like you more, buddy, I'm telling you. I'll be right back. Hey, buddy. How's it going? You want to say hi to everyone? Oh, I almost dropped my mic. And I scared the cat. Manuel, I'm putting your food back. Whew, okay. Sorry if that was loud noises. Oh man, they're still not here. Yeah, I'm pretty upset about Turtle Unreal not happening. It is a bummer. I've heard a lot of people like the scuttlebutt is like, oh, it never existed. I can tell you categorically it did exist. I like actually saw live stream footage of it both being developed and its alpha being played. So like it did exist. I imagine it still does exist in some sense, but you know, I couldn't get anything from the team beyond what they gave us as a community as far as an announcement, and I've been pretty vocal about my disappointment. So I like Turtle WoW. I like the community. There are times when I still call the team or management to task. I think the announcement didn't say enough. I feel like it should have said more, especially because presumably our donation money went to help fund that project, and we didn't see anything from it. And I think that is an irresponsible use of our donation money. And I think more should be explained than, sorry, it's not going to happen. That being said, I'm not like mad at the team. I'm just disappointed. Turtle Unreal canceling was the first sign I knew that Blizzard will eventually take Turtle WoW down. I actually would push back on that, Theorycrafting. So, like, I think Turtle WoW is sort of like a, and I mean this respectfully, they're sort of like they're like a cockroach of the private server community. I've spoken at length to various people in the know. The thing that will take down Turtle WoW, I think, would be World War III and not a lawsuit. They have many redundancies and backup plans. So it might change. Its scope, its development goals might change, but I do not believe that it will die. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like Rao Kangren, you're absolutely right. Like there's no bill of sale, right? When you donate, you are entrusting your funds to be caretaken by the people you're donating to invest them in the best auspices of the project, right? I feel like as part of that, they did owe the community more of an explanation than the one we got. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they have to give us anything. I'm just saying, like, my understanding of how donation and good faith goes, I just feel like we deserve more than what we got. Blizzard coming for that dollar. That's what they're going to get. They're going to get $1. That $1 is from Mando? Oh, was it? I'm sorry. Thank you, by the way, Blade, for the super chat. What, did it say something? Sometimes the super chats say something, sometimes they don't. I will give Mando the $1, though, if it makes you feel better. Oh, he's not around. Also, he's not money motivated. He's food motivated. Thank you, Oli Moly, for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, so, I mean, I did ask Cenarius, and Cenarius is like, I can't talk a lot about it. And so, like, what can you do with that? we can postulate, we can theorize, but like I don't really like existing in like the hearsay and sort of like rumor business. I don't like that. I don't think it's helpful, especially in the private server community where there's so much speculation anyway and like just erroneous stories that go around. So I don't want to add to that, right? But if Cenarius can't say more and the turtle team is unwilling for whatever reason to say anything else, I can only go off what has been officially said, and my point is that I don't feel like that was enough. How to remove two-factor authentication? Can't find my code and it's not saved in Google. Yeah, Classic Star, I would suggest you try support channel of the Turtle WoW Discord to at least know your options. I can't say if you will be able to recover the account or not, though. I mean, yeah. I mean, Thirdaran, I don't feel you are incorrect for feeling that way. What I would say, though, is that if you do feel that strongly about what Unreal Azeroth was doing, I would say get connected with them, right? Because they've still done a lot of work, and if they aren't doing the work with Turtle WoW, I haven't heard anything officially from like Cenarius or the Unreal Azeroth team, but I would assume that they would still want to keep doing that work. So, you know, if that's something you're passionate about, I would say look into those kind of options. Oh yeah, Ashes of Creation. Oof, that's tough. That's tough. Do you guys think if I start fishing, do you think if I start fishing, they'll come out? If I start fishing on Vrograg? I think they might. I'm not sure how many clients I can run at the same time while streaming. I think I can do maximum 3. Fishing the slime on the GM account? I can't. I can't give myself the ability to fish. That account doesn't have any gold. And doesn't have a fishing rod. Can devs add fish to the slime canals and Naxx? I think they can. I don't think they have. There is fishing in the Undercity, of course, and they have like a couple of special things there. There's lava fishing you can do. I'm with you, Johnny. I'm with you, Johnny. We can't rush excellence. At the same time, I'm waiting just with you too. So no, they didn't ditch us. I would at least like to think I'd get a couple pigs if they're like, no, we're not going to do it. I mean, you know, they don't owe me any of those, but I think they would. Pretty sure they would, right? Right? Oh, so, Ole Honcho, what that is, hold on, let me... So when you mouse over them, the lighting changes. That's all that is. Let's see. How can I do this? I'm gonna do like picture in picture, if you guys know what I mean. All right, so we have this one, right? And then we're gonna... Okay, this one's different. this one's different. I don't know why. Turtle wow. Picture in picture. All right, we have that one. And then this one is going to be... No, that's the wrong one still. Hey, DJ Whiskey, how's it going? Everyone say hello to DJ Whiskey, who's over in Twitch chat. Another one of our fine DJ hosts from Everlook Broadcasting. Is this the right one? Why do I keep selecting the... Oh. There's a reason. I literally have a program that will rename the windows because otherwise it's like impossible to try to figure out which one's which. And it just keeps doing this. Hold on. Capture specific window. You're on this one, so do this one. Window. Title changer. No, Jesus, got rid of it. And I gotta, in a paranoid way, I gotta keep checking back again, just in case. I don't want to miss it now. It should just be named Turtle. Oh, there's one. There. Okay, no, it's not. It's not named that. All right, we're going to name this Window 1. Change title. All right, which one is it? Which one is it? Okay, so we're going to go here. No, we don't want that. Oh, I know what was happening. I figured it out. Okay, and then this is just going to be shrunk down. We'll keep it just the center of the screen. Because I know when they logged off, they were all like right there. We'll keep that up there. We'll keep live watching. You saw a couple Naxx hardcore deaths. Hope it wasn't you guys. I don't think so. I haven't seen any deaths. Was that on Ambershire? No, that can't be on Ambershire. They don't have Naxx yet. So I genuinely don't know where you saw that. On Northernar? I mean, did anyone else see that? Was anyone else online? They lost 2 in the beginning. Oh, okay. I didn't quite catch that. So so just so you guys know the timeline, right? I know they did some of Naxx last night. Today, like even when I was getting ready for stream, they were already in Naxx. So they were finishing up some bosses they had aimed to do last night. So that's where we're at with that. Rikia and Mascara. Okay. I believe you. I just didn't know what the story was. If anyone wants to fish with me, I'm way out here in I like how the mouses are matching. Way out here in Tenaris, next to Winky and all the sharks. This ever half-wounded shark. Lovely. I don't know what the... Oh, so you gotta do this. I will have to occasionally jump back and forth to, like, see what's going on with the, with their raid. So it doesn't, like, start AFKing me. That's Nyar's Vacation Island? Really? I don't think I've ever fished from here. I'm not expecting something different. It only says Southbreak Shore, so I'm not really expecting a vastly different, loot table. They're logging in. I knew it. I knew they would. The second. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get rid of picture-in-picture. There we go here. Catch my last fish. Oh no, I missed it. Oh, okay. Oh well. Okay, we're back, baby. We're back. We're back in action. I told you guys, the second I start fishing, that's going to happen. So clearly the answer was to just start fishing. I'm exiting out of that. I might need to do it again. So maybe I'll just log out for when I eventually have to do that again. I want to in a snarky way say like about time. But I can't. I just can't be that guy. Also, look at the size of this bear.
Be careful not to get too close to Zeliak so you don't chain it.
I will not chain Zeliak. I'm going to hang out in the safe area. Don't worry. I have Murog telling me how to not mess up things, guys. Is it that bad? Also, this bear isn't fully healed, and it's already at like 11k. That's a thick boy. That's a thick boy right there. Release the Baron's files. There's Chadu. So, I'm genuinely surprised that I don't see a single Greater Holy Protection Potion. You guys, should I tell them? Should I say something? They should have Greater Holy Protection Potion. You don't know what Zeliak's going to do. He's crazy. Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. I see someone say not yet, Vrog. What do you mean not yet? Pop it now, baby. Show everyone the power of the Holy Protection Potion. I mean, they last an hour. Are you telling me you guys aren't going to pull within an hour after that? That's crazy. We're going to take fire resistance buff from Ubers. It's going to... Oh, they're killing me. Hey, guys. Time to get back to fishing. Time to get back to fishing. So I've got word from Konzinska that they're going to get the Uber's fire buff. And listen, truth be told, if you get hit by Thane, you're going to take some fire damage. If you get hit by, if you're a tank, you're going to want that for, what's his face, Mograine and Thane. So the fire buff is valid. That's not very lok'tar of them. I mean, listen, guys. There are literally mortal characters right now here that have Thunder Fury. Does it seem like they want to take a shortcut? That being said, I did see them skip trash. That's right. No, Bruno, I'm defending it. I'm defending it. I just think it's funny because it was like a false start. Like, oh, we're going to go. And then it's like, We need a character inside nearby 4 Horsemen door to summon them to the door. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that won't take till... I know you guys have a Warlock, so... Well, good news, guys. We can go back to fishing. Good thing I didn't exit completely out. I'm going to get my picture-in-picture started back up. Also, the sound on you is way too high for a Greg. Thank you. And I'll keep the screen here. I'll keep it centered right where they're like doing stuff. But so far there's not much to report on. Main Lisa, hello. I've never been there, but just let me know if there's anything that can help, mate. I mean, I don't need any help. I'm just fishing. Nope, it's true. Ole Honcho, you're right. I bet you there's no good fish in this water. Yep, that's right, Mana. Mana Lisa, this is like good old times, just fishing. Just fishing and chatting. At this base, there is a good chance I will... Blade, there's a good chance I'm not making it to Emerald Sanctum. Just be advised. Just wear full FR and Fireball like I do. I mean... So, like... I can't stress this enough how cautious they are. Like, again, like we saw even mages. Like, mages are spec'd into Frost for Ice Barrier. They're that cautious. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, if they're that cautious, it makes sense that they're going to get the fire buff. Now, the good news is... they are highly trained on getting the Ubers buff. I know this for a fact because I know they take this precaution every time they do BWL. And I believe Molten Core as well. So, it's not like they'll have to remember how to do Ubers buff. Say, are you asking Say as an S-E-Y? Or Say, do you have any plans to level another hardcore tune just for the Naxx? No, I remember the stress of leveling Vrograg to become immortal. That was tough. I got a T-Booze. I got a T-Booze when I was like level 58 or 56 or something. And you can't equip it until you're 60. And I was freaking out, like, I do not want to die with a T-Booze on my body. They are going to pull soon, right? Antony, I know they are working on getting the pull started, but that's going to require them to get an Uber's buff. I see someone there. Hold on. Who is that? Who is that? It's someone. I don't know who it is, but it's someone. You can't rush perfection, guys. Also, why am I in battle stance? Vrograg, what are you attacking? Stop that. You could spectate how they will be getting it. They have far buff, you know. Listen, I could, But that's time I could spend fishing. And see, look, Bruno's saying soonish. 99% of getting the FR buff is travel. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Yeah. Although I guess they're trying to get summons or whatever to work that all out. We see someone there. Again, my mouses are mirrored because I have the windows stacked on top of each other, so I'm not mousing over them right now, but there's someone there. What if someone fumbles it? Then Rao Kangren, you will have a front row seat to the greatest tragedy in Turtle WoW history. Only closely followed by the full wipe of the Chinese hardcore team that this last summer died to Maexxna. And it was a full wipe. Now, I didn't see that one. I heard about that one. And if anyone didn't catch that story, I guess what happened is Turtle WoW put in some anti-kiting thing for Maexxna. And the hardcore team that did move Maexxna a little bit, but they weren't trying to kite her. What happened is they moved her a little bit, but it was just close enough to trigger the anti-kiting thing, where it's sort of like if you ever tried to pull Globulus at range, you just start shooting acid everywhere and killing everyone. It was kind of like that, but quicker. Hello, Fish. How's it going? Good to see you. Also, I mean, I can do this. I can do a who. I think is it G dash? Hard Chores. You can see many of them are in Naxx. Some are in Eastern Plague Lands. That makes sense too. Some are in Blackrock Depths. Oh, you can't see that because of the picture-in-picture. Her hitbox is massive? Yes. It's kind of true. Yeah, she is kind of weirdly sized for her room. It is also weird. Seeing stuff on the ground is awkward for Maexxna because, the way the ground looks. If there was ever, a new mechanic to Maexxna that should be added, in my mind, the floor would drop out and there would be a bunch of spiders on the floor beneath. That would be so spooky. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, good for Ronia. Why do I have a arcane crystal? Someone just gave me an arcane crystal. I can't remember who it was. They just gave it to me. I might have been Fish. I don't remember. I don't remember. Does anyone remember what the command is for seeing hardcore deaths? I do not remember. I remember I changed it because I was tired of seeing a bunch of level 10s die to a bear. .hcm. I'm not going to do HCM 1. I'll do HCM 30, we'll say. You gotta get level 30 to earn my recognition. Hello, Barda Jonah 72. How's it going? Oh boy. They are starting to gather. Do you guys think it's time for me to go check it out? They're starting to summon. I just feel like if I switch again, they're gonna start. They're like, oh, by the way, we're also going to go to, Eastern Plague Lands for that one mob. They give us arcane resistance too for no reason. Oh, okay, okay. I hope you're having fun leveling hardcore. It's a good time. If you enjoy that sort of thing. What if Maexxna web spray was a submerge phase like Rag? That, I feel, would be better. Honestly. I kind of like submerge phase on Rag. Even though I know it's like a pain in the butt. I just like it. It's like, hey, the boss says I'm good. Deal with my minions. And you know Maexxna could just bring out a bunch of little spiders. It'd be great. Don't give them ideas. Listen, if there's one thing their turtle team does not need, it's ideas. They have ideas. Then the ads cocoon people instead of the boss. Yeah, I think this idea has some legs. It used to take Rag 3 minutes to get ads because he was so eepy because he was woken up early, but now he's used to the early wake up. Well, actually, there was one thing they removed from Rag with the new setup. In the old days, he would continue to do submerges if you were that slow. Now there is just one submerge. Granted, no one in their right mind, even the most brain-dead DPS raid doing a Molten Core, I don't think they would see a second submerge.
We got close to it.
But you can see it. It is possible. Well, you know, Blade, the old meta, the old knowledge was not nearly as good as the knowledge we have now. We don't, like, they didn't have sims. They didn't have really high threat tanks that know how to gear correctly. You know, the level of mastery is different. Like, they had metas about, like, hey, what if I try not to get in combat and then drink a sleep potion to get more mana back? Like that was what was in their head. So, you know, I don't think that's for us. You thought Marini was here? Yeah. You know, I can't prove that Mori and Murag aren't the same person, but I've never seen them in the same room. Wouldn't it be crazy if Murag was secretly Mori and no one knew? It would explain Mori's enjoyment of small things that are cute. Just some food for thought. Where are these shark models from? I don't know, but they're here. Oh, look at him. He's just a silly guy. He's just a little guy. What's going on, Coral Shark? I mean, I have a baby shark. Hold on. After I show you my baby shark, we'll go over. Right? I do have the baby shark. I thought I did. Yep, baby shark. They've taken me on as one of their own. Look at him. He's just a little guy. All right, they've opened the door. They've opened the door. This is not a drill. We are switching over now. All right. Oh, thank you, Haxer, for giving the newcomer the breakdown of what's going on. So, just to be clear, this is some people's first time actually fighting for Horsemen. So, you know, when we're like, oh, it took them forever to get ready, for some people, this might be the only time they ever get to see 4 Horsemen. So, like, we'll give them all the time in the world. Let's, out of curiosity, let's see what kind of buffs they're rocking here, right? The Holy Protection Potion. We got it locked in. Love to see that. Yeah, and if it heightens the tension at all, you cannot Petrification Flask out of marks. If something gets messed up, they are dying here. There's no going back. There's no oopsie fix. I am sincerely thinking about just hanging out here. On the weird off chance that I mess up something by my presence. I don't think that's the case, but I do not, like, genuinely don't want to risk it. If you're wondering why I see the chest, that's because I have, I'm looking around as a media GM, so I get to see stuff like that. They do not see the chest. I do, though. Strength and honor, Hard Chores. Lok'tar Ogar, indeed. We're going to get rid of the chill playlist. And we'll put on the, What is this playing? Something a bit more tense for the fight.
Defend yourself.
The pull has started.
Before it's too late. Get him on his fight, ye wee and nitty.
All right, looks like the separation worked well. They have them split up.
Your life is mine.
It looks like they are going with a Thaneburn strategy.
I have no choice but to obey.
All right, let's see. Are they going to get him down?
Your life is
I think Thane is on second shield wall.
I have no choice.
They got to pump. They got to pump hard. They're at 2 marks right now.
Your life is mine.
I have no choice but to obey. I like my meat extra crispy.
They're at 3 marks. They're probably going to hit with a 4th mark.
I have no choice but to obey.
All right, looks like Thane is down. Is everyone going to survive the 4th mark?
Your life is mine.
Yep, they all survived. Everyone's still alive.
Choice but to obey.
All right, good stuff, good stuff.
Your life is mine.
That was a bold strategy. It looks like it paid off.
I have no choice but to obey.
I am not receiving marks, so I think I'm good.
I have no choice but to obey.
Belomo's at 80. Now from here, it's just going to be really good mechanics and just tapping it in.
I have no choice but to obey.
This is where that fire protection they got is going to make a big difference, especially for their tanks on Mograine. Mograine hits hard, but you also need fire resistance, so this is going to free them up to get more mitigation on their tanks. And it looks like Aaliyah here is not taking that much damage, so that's a good sign. I'm checking out Zeliak. Zeliak's looking good. I'm seeing there's pretty good discipline with their void zones. They're not blocking the entrance or exits.
Your life is mine.
I have no choice but to obey.
Raukangren, I agree. Defend yourself! I have no...
Life is mine.
Your life is mine.
I have no choice but to obey.
I don't know what procs it either. Alright, looks like Karnan's over there.
Your
I
life
have no
is mine.
choice but to obey.
Checking out the HP. It looks like Belomo is probably going to be the... Well, Belomo or Mograine. It's kind of tied between them. They're going pretty light on Zeliak. Zeliak's tough for melee to get on, so Zeliak's usually the last to die. Yes, that is what the Holy Protection Potions are for.
No choice but to obey.
I can't target... Let's see. Belomo. Belomo's at 35.
Your life is mine.
Mograine's at 28. Mograine might die first, which honestly, probably the next one you want to kill because he does hit tanks pretty hard. Maybe less so with the fire resistance, but still.
Your life is mine.
I have no choice but to obey.
Your life
By the way, I noticed you guys changed me into a cat.
I have no choice but to obey.
All right, Mograin's at 12.
Your life is mine.
Oh, what do they got here? No, not Void Zone.
I have no choice.
Lamo's at, yeah, so Mograin's gonna die soon. All right, Mograin's down.
I have no choice but to obey.
I'm just gonna stay here. I do not want to risk anything. I don't want to mess anything up for anyone.
I have no choice but to obey.
Blamo's down. All they got left now is Zeliek. No one's dead, so all they have to do is just tap it in. There's no rush here. There's no speed incentive. It shouldn't be that tough for them. And this has been supremely clean.
I have no choice but to obey.
I'll move a little bit here just so you can see. You'll see the... I mean, and if you haven't done this fight, this is the right way to do the mechanics. You'll see the healers are going around to the left, DPS are coming in through the middle, and tanks are going around on the right. That's the correct way to do it.
I have no choice but to obey.
Wait a minute. NXTSY has died? Was that someone here? No!
But to obey.
No! NX... No! NXTSY, I'm so sorry for your loss.
I have no choice but to obey.
Everyone, 07's in chat
But to obey.
for NXTSY.
I have no choice but to obey.
We're sorry. We're sorry to see you go. Don't worry. Your memory will live on. And as Hard Chores likes to say, time to go again.
I have no choice but to obey.
I'm gonna see.
I have no choice but to obey.
That was a hunter that died, by the way, if you didn't know. It doesn't make it clear in the message, so.
I have no choice but to obey.
And the real horror is that they lost two people because they lost probably one of their mascots, one of the pets.
I have no choice but to obey. I have no choice but to obey.
Who here's tired of hearing Zeliek talk about obeying? They are just about to be... If they get Zeliek down, they will be 38 of
I have no
40.
choice but to obey.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Leo says Nat was a hunter playing melee when the fights let it do it. I'm sorry for your loss, man. Hopefully your aid helps Hard Chores push to the end, though, to get to the finish line. I think that's all raid bosses altogether, maybe, is what Fish might be referring to.
Your security measures have failed. Cease this interruption immediately.
Now, they cannot see the ghost image like I can. They are just seeing a grave. And I don't think they can see this. I'm pretty sure they can't. Is my invisibility still on? I think it is. Oh, I'm visible now. Oop, okay, I'm visible. I'm invisible again. Oops. We'll give Hard Chores a moment to grieve the loss of their hunter. Pretty well geared hunter, too, it looks like. But congratulations are in order. Your hunter's death also meant that you guys cleared 4 horsemen. There's 2 more left. That's it. And I'm hearing from Knizia. Sorry, I keep butchering your name. I keep hearing from my contact in Hard Chores. They are jumping straight back in. That's the way. It's time to go again. I will chat. Can someone who's there put in say chat what loot was? If you hear this, or let them know. I'm sure chat's curious. Exactly, Blade. Because I'm not in your raid, I can't see what you guys are chatting about. Any Ashbringers? Can you imagine a hardcore player with a corrupted Ashbringer? That is a crazy flex. Shadowmourn's in there? Yeah, they forgot to mention, by the way, Shadowmourn's going to be in there if you're hardcore. Could you imagine the Turtle team just sneaks that in? They don't even mention it. They're like, oh yeah, no. You can have Shadowmourn, you just got to be hardcore. I'm hearing caster loot from Incarnons. So probably one of the tier 3 chest pieces that are cloth. What other caster loot's in there?
There's a ring that never drops for us.
Oh, there's a good caster ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate. I mean, I'm not going to punch down. I know how much pain it would be to lose a tune this far along in progression. It does suck that it was a void zone. I guarantee you one thing, that player's never going to die to a void zone again. Hold on, wait. Oh, by the way, everyone, we have NXTSY in YouTube chat right now saying 4 of 3 tier 3, Akuria, Noth Axe, Maexxna Dagger, had a lot of gear. My backup is 8 of 8 tier 2. NX, I'm sorry for your loss. That is a terrible way to go to a void zone. I'm sure you're going to get razzed about it, but listen, it happens to the best of us. See you, Shield. Orin Kuja, thank you for the subscription over on YouTube. The biggest tragedy is my backup is named D's Nats, which was supposed to be a meme. Well, here we go. Feronia says, good thing they didn't have the moving void zones. There was 1 week where Raiders and Nax got a real surprise. There was 1 week where void zones slowly would walk towards you. They would move towards you, and they could melee hit you. That was when I died to a void zone that week, I'm like, okay, but for real though? Come on. The void zone chased me. All right, looks like they are moving on. We're gonna go to teleport. All right. So what lays ahead of them still? What we know is that the next step for them is Frostwing. They have Sapphiron and KT. That's it. Now, they have not seen Sapphiron or KT as a guild yet. Fortunately for the viewers, there is no there's no NPC who you can mind control that will give a frost resistance buff, so I don't think we're going to be doing that. That being said, though, there's a couple ways you can mitigate frost damage. We'll go over that now while they're getting set, because I thought it'd be a good thing to chat about. Let me get the thing up here. All right, so we know about greater frost protection potion, right? We know about that one. That one's still here. That one's still good. Something you should know about Saph, if you haven't raided Saph in Turtle WoW, his aura hits a lot less hard than it would in Classic. So the frost resistance requirement isn't as strong here on Turtle WoW, but in a group like a hardcore group, I'd be curious to know how much gear strength they're going to put on it versus just straight up ablative stuff like frost protection potions. There is another thing. I believe there's a engineering device. Let's see if I can find it. I know I just typed frost in. I'll know it when I see it. It's an engineering item, anyway, that like gives you some absorb for frost damage. I wonder if they got rid of it too. That could have been something they did. Well, another thing we should talk about too is there is Chillwind Eco, which gives you frost resistance. Does anyone remember the engineering item I'm talking about? It's not that much frost protection either. It's not the engineering device. There's like one that just gives like ablative frost damage protection. It's not the reflector, guys. The reflector does exist and is something you might use. Gyofreeze. Thank you, whoever said that. Wait, no, that's that's just the trinket. There's another engineering trinket that just gives you ablative, not resistance, but like ablative frost protection. And I can't remember it. It's not much either. It's like it's a very small amount. The engineering device does not reflect or stop the bomb, by the way. I tested it personally. Yeah. Black Fathom is frost damage. Thought it was resist. Nope, it's just damage. I know what you're talking about, that pearl buff. I know what you're talking about. That's just damage. Now, one thing to note too, we noticed that all the mages in their raid were doing frost, likely for the added survivability. They probably aren't going to go frost for KT and Saph. So I'd be curious to see what they're going to spec in for here. Ice Deflector, 600 absorb. Thank you. I knew it existed. Ice Deflector. It's not even a trinket. You just use it, and you get 600. It absorbs 600 frost damage in the last 60 seconds. That's all it does. This is an item that could be useful and could actually see some legitimate use here. It's engineering 155. I believe the item itself does not even require engineering to use. I could be wrong about that because the database isn't always 100%. All right, Murag saying you don't need it. So this is something we could see in use as well. So greater frost protection potion, ice deflector, maybe some frost resistance. You're probably going to see Juju frost protection. So that's what we're looking at. Let's take a look at what they got. Lizzie Babs, I knew you would know. Thank you. By the way, I'm just going to get some oranges. Don't mind me. Let's see what they got here. All right, they got the frost protection on. Again, you're going to see some of the Valentine's Day gifts be pretty helpful here. Thunder Bluff Gift of Friendship gives 30 stamina. That's pretty substantial. I'm hearing from Lou that mages have an arcane spec for Saph and KT, if I recall correctly. Okay, good to know. Yeah, it's Lizzie Babs. Like I remember, like someone told me about it. I used it like once or twice on Vrograg, and I'm like, oh yeah, that it's not much, right? But it's something. Don't use Rupture on KT. Don't use Rupture.
Yeah, if they're wearing tier 3, because it will AoE.
It will AoE.
Mage tier 3. They do arcane rupture with their arcane.
They're doing Sapphiron.
He said KT.
Oh, yeah, right, on KT, yeah. We'll cover that when we get there. Really, Elizabeth? I don't remember who told me. It might have been Stick Wizard, I think, who told me about it. It's just such like a random weird item. I don't even know if... I doubt it's vanilla. There's a good chance it is, because it's so weird, but... So it does look like I'm seeing some people that don't have flasks on. I'm scared for them. Swiftness Zanza. So I think that's another interesting meta here too. Which Zanza would you use here as a hardcore? Now you have the standard boilerplate of Zanza that gives you spirit and stamina. That's a good one, right? Stamina's always good. Spirit's great. You have Zanza Sheen. Probably not as useful because that just does reflection. It doesn't give any resistance. But I would say Swiftness Zanza might get an honorable mention here. Because if you're trying to find your way to one of those ice blocks to hide, you do not want to be slow. Why not both? Because you can only have one Zanza applied at a time. Believe, right? I'm pretty sure that's the rule. Yep. Just run a Sheen, obviously. Everyone, Blade is joking. Whether you're hardcore or not, do not troll your raid leader by having a Sheen on, especially for KT. You don't want to know what happens if you, by some chance, get a mind control reflected on KT. You'll figure it out soon, and it won't be fun. I agree, designer. I think health is king. I do see an argument though for Sheen for the speed one. Did they walk in, or did they go somewhere else because they're hard chores? Let's see. Now, I do want to say that I see that Deez Nats, who is the progenitor from the recently deceased hunter, was in Say Chat, so I think they're in raid now. Can you imagine being that dyed in the wool, dedicated to hard chores, that you're like, you know what? I'm gonna have 2 tunes ready to go. Let's take a look. Where did they all go? Who? G dash. It does look like they logged off for a bit. They're probably doing some mental exercises. All right. Well, oh, look, everyone. Mr. Bigglesworth is here. Hi, Mr. Bigglesworth. All right. I'm pretty sure they logged off to go do some mental exercise or something. 10-minute thing. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Bruno, for keeping me informed. So loud. All right, so I need to reverse this. That's window 1. So we'll keep an eye out. We'll wait for them to get back. Do a little bit more fishing. Oh, why didn't you save my sound setting? Probably because I have another instance of you open. I just see fish saying gnome supremacy. Don't know what that's all about. Yeah, I imagine as much. Like, Saf has way less mechanics than 4 Horsemen. There are mechanics, but it's not nearly as involved, I think, as 4 Horsemen is. Just switch Zanza's mid-fight for min-max? Yeah. Now, can someone correct me about this? I remember asking this a long time ago when they first introduced the Druid buff that gives spell hit. But I remember it also gives some small amount of movement. Does that stack with Zanza, or does that not stack with Zanza? Because I think it does not.
Wait, actually, it doesn't stack with speed to boots.
Because I think some of the value of the speed Zanza was kind of lost with the Druid buff. I vaguely remember this. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. I could completely be speaking out of my butt. What's that?
It might actually.
Yeah. Bruno says in chat, the real question, who is getting Bigglesworth in the end? I hope you knocked on wood thoroughly after you said that. And if I understand, you guys have lost 3 on this lockout. There were 2 that were lost, I believe, earlier today, I think. We have 3 people with all the cats.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, someone wants Crazy Cat Lady, the title, but the last one you're waiting for is Mr. Bigglesworth?
That's the way to do it.
Yep, that is the way to do it. Yep, no, I mean, as weird as it would sound, let's be honest, it's not a hard reserve, right? But you prio anyone that has every single cat but that one. So if you don't know, by the way, there are some titles you can get for like collecting certain types of vanity pets. There's one for frogs, cats, and spiders, I believe. I don't think I'm forgetting any. But if you collect all of them, when you log off and log back on, you'll have a title.
You don't even have to log.
Oh, you don't have to log anymore? I thought you did.
Just get them.
Oh, okay. And Mockra would be funnier than a simple roll for a cat title, though. You guys are nuts. there's a guy with Thunder Furies, and you're like, it'd be cool if we had a real Mockra for the cat title. Could you imagine losing? Like, not only did you lose the cat, you also lost your hardcore tune. Everything for content. I'm not... I like having fun content. I am not that content-brained. That's what people's brains are. I mean, maybe. I mean, my brain could be like that. I like some of that stuff, but I just know what it takes. It would be funny. That's right. Yoshimi, you get it. It would be funny. And I tell you what, you would be remembered. Like, do you guys ever hear about the guy who did hardcore, did the Nordinar first Nax clear, and then challenged another Crazy Cat Lady for Mockra and died? It's like, whoa. I mean, I'm sure it would. I would genuinely entrust that kind of stuff to the hardcore community. I am a glorified tourist. I like to tell Hard Chores that I am their #1 cheerleader, because I've been rooting for them since day one. Because I don't have what it takes to do what they do. I am brain rotted when I raid. Do you guys know the add-on meth wheelchair? The one that prevents you from moving during Shackles of the Legion in Kara 40? It just prevents you from moving. Guess who needed it? Your boy Vrograg needed it because he's dumb. I'm like, okay, but what if I did move and then I killed the raid? People better have them wheelchairs. Only if they wipe the raid. I do want to point out that a majority of the officers have wiped the raid. I'm just throwing it out there.
Only one.
No, Famous did.
He knows better.
Checkmate. Checkmate. Damn. I'm so good. I've raided with them until Nax 615. I didn't even die, just burned out. They practiced really hard for these last bosses. You can't even imagine how much they prepared. You're right. I cannot imagine it. And like, when like, even I'm like, wow, this is taking a while. Because I can't comprehend that they are doing all this stuff just to get it right first time. Also, I caught a bloated mitefish. What did we get? Aquamarine. Let's go. Sorry, that's new for this area. You've never broken meth shackles in my life. I bet you have. You're just not telling anyone. No one's gonna rat on you. Me and Elisa's also. You guys, I really have quite a show here. I have little Karen moving around on her butt, and a looks like glitch running Manalisa Murloc. In my defense about breaking shackles on meth, I did many pulls with never breaking it, never being an issue, and I was turning with my right mouse button and I fat fingered the left mouse button at the same time, and that's what did it. I wasn't like trying to like get closer or anything. I did genuinely not mean to move. I do appreciate the fact that there is literally a mechanic that you learn in ZG of all places, which is even more strict. Because that one prevents you from doing anything. You can't even, like, cast spells or do abilities. That made its way into Kara 40. Oh, Designer Dave, I'm glad I'm a good company that you did it that way, too. Are they going for... Yes, they are. Alex and Strigic? Yes, they are. They are. Right now, so... The prep work that goes into this cannot be understated. They just finished 4 Horsemen. You'll see the little picture-in-picture I have up in the left here. What's going on is they essentially logged off right there. They're going to go discuss tactics. There are some people in their raid that have never done this content before. So, especially for those people, they need to go over it all. And I think they have a vMango server where like they show everything off. They do a visualizer of everything, so that there's no surprises, no questions. They just get right to it. So I've been told by Bruno, though, that this waiting period will be not as long as the one for 4 Horsemen. So I don't think we'll be waiting too much longer. And should everything go smoothly, KT is on the menu today. But I want to make it clear. We are not going to pressure them to do anything. Because I don't want that karma on me, and I don't want that karma on you. I see Toto Chi says, a majority of the team has never done it. They are going for it, my man. I believe. But if there's one thing I know, as someone who leveled up as hardcore, you don't do a pull you're not comfortable with. Ask me how I know. Many a Murog died in the making of Vrograg. Many a Murog died.
Axer asked what happened to the first.
Well, come on. I mean, turns out Priest's a pretty good threat if they use shadow stuff, though. I also hope there's someone from Turtle Management who's around, or maybe someone from the team who can like make an announcement on Nordinar or something. Just because I really want them to get the recognition. Because you know, if you'd missed it before, I showed off like a video from old Hard Chores from 2022 when they had like an unfortunate wipe in Blackrock Depths before they could even be level 60 and be mortal. It's a long storied history. By the way, if you're interested in the hardcore community, whether it's here on Nordinar or you want to try it out on Ambershire, or if you're really crazy, even on Telebim, you can do that. There are communities that are available. Not sure about Telebim. Pretty sure about Ambershire, though, because I think they do have a team that cleared Molten Core. So, you know, give it a whirl. If you're that kind of player, do it. If you're not, it's okay. You can still do hardcore. Just don't do Inferno mode. You'll be fine. It's one of the enduring appeals of Turtle. And not a lot of people realize this, but when Turtle first instituted real hardcore, I think it was late 2021, maybe early 2022. They were one of the first. This was before retail servers had done a thing where, like, back on early like retail classic stuff, you would just have a buff that just says you've never died before. But like Turtle was ahead of the curve. They actually would delete your character. So I always like to think in some ways Turtle's been sort of on the leading edge of hardcore gameplay. They have the custom titles just for hardcore too. I don't know exactly what title the Hard Chores team might be getting. I don't know 100%. I believe they would be getting some title. So just to show you guys, these are plaques I've made over time for them. For Molten Core, they had Vanquisher of the Flames. Sorry, I know that's... let's just put this down here. Then they had this, where it became... I think it was Conqueror of Dragons. So it went from Vanquisher to Conqueror. And then I stayed Conqueror of the Karaji. So I don't know what this title would be called. It might be Conqueror. It could be Vanquisher. I do see them starting to set up, so we're going to go log over. 5 people from the Conqueror of Flames are still active. You'd love to see that. By the way, just to remind you guys, this happened back in September 3rd, 2023. There are still 5 people that are alive and active that are on this list. I know Chadu is one of them. Sage is one of them. I think Sorceress? There might be someone else I'm forgetting. But much respect. All right, we're going to do the switch here. Get rid of picture. Logging out of Vrograg Fishing on the Beach. And we're back in. How many Vanquisher of Flames are dead, though? I do think some of them retired after that. I don't think 100% of them are dead. I know, like, I know Mean Mage died because there was, like, Meaner Mage and Meanest Mage, but that player got banned. There's only a couple other people I kind of know the story of. Also, I can't go into Saf's room until they do. See, like, look, I can... See? It won't let me go. So I have to wait for them to go in, and then I have to teleport to go to them, essentially. I don't know, Tantorner. It's all stuff that... I don't know the full story, and it's drama bait, so I don't care. I'm gonna hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Where's the frost resistance? It doesn't look like they're rocking much frost resistance, aside from the auras and stuff they might have. Like, I can see Juju Chill here. They have frost protection, but I don't... Yeah. I mean, again, Sapphiron's frost aura doesn't hit that hard. Alright. Oh, geez. What side am I on? I want to be on this side. I am not going to go in before them. I do not want... So, again, this is a trick of having a GM media account. It will look like Sapphiron is both alive and dead. I assure you, he is just a pile of bones. I have no way to turn it off because I have, like, no permissions on this account. That's fine. But they are not seeing a alive Sapphiron. Take a look at some of their tunes here. Some of them still have Holy Protection, which is funny to me. Stam food, all the good stuff, all the greatest hits. Does seem like most of them have the Zanza, the Spirit Zanza on. You know, Sumbris, I don't mean to tell you this, man, but you might get a little cold, dude. Like, this is, you need, wear some fur. Also, I was told, it seems like the mages are going to go arcane for Frostwing. We saw them as Frost, so expect to see that. On Desire Today, Holy Protection they just came from 4 Horsemen. They were using that for Zeliek. Schrodinger Saf, exactly. That's what we're looking at right now. Oh, look at him. By the way, the fact that this was in Vanilla WoW is crazy to me because the bones laying around everywhere and then slowly getting animated to life, that was so ahead of its time. It's such a fun thing about this raid. Dan. Renew Thoughtbot with one of the more suggestive names I've seen. Also wearing no clothes. Alright, looks like they're pressing in. I'm going to change the music over to something more battle-centric. Oopsie. Alright, there it is. Alright, they did split around between 2 different sides. Let's keep an eye here on Chadu's health. Sapphiron does slap. He does hit pretty hard. You can't get around that. Chadu is glowing like the sun with bluffs, though. That's good. Some frost area. If you're seeing this is from a modification I have to the game that helps visualize some of the raid mechanics. That is not a default Turtle WoW thing. But that does help you see people who might be getting hit by some of these abilities. Like, this healer should move, but they're not. I believe they just died. We just watched a person die. Summerfall, rest in peace. Careful of blizzards, everyone. Alright, looks like they have ice blocks on both sides. They should be able to hide efficiently. They are... Look at the discipline, by the way, with the neat spreading around. That was a very good job. Remember, guys, you guys are fighting for Summerfall right now. Honor their memory with a Saf kill. Sapphiron's at 60%. I think he can no longer fly at 20%, somewhere around there. So it might be one more flight. Let's take a look at healer resources. They're doing okay. You want to keep the mages alive. Chadu might need to move. There's a no. That blizzard's going towards the left side. Hopefully they're keeping an eye on that. Okay, now the blizzard's going towards Chad. Chadu might want to be careful. Oh no. Okay, it stopped. That's good. That's good. All right, now they're being pretty reactive to the blizzard. That's good to see. Sapphiron might not be able to fly anymore, so there might be no more flight capabilities. Keep an eye on his health, too, because he does have a way of getting some health back, but I think the decurses have been pretty good. Oh, no, oh, wow. I thought he stopped flying at 20%. Look how good the discipline is. They're spreading out very effectively. This is what your raid should be doing if they're not already. There's a blizzard right there. Very dangerous. Great discipline from the raid. Love to see that. They just got to tap it in. 14% more. Shouldn't be that bad. All right, Chadu picked it back up. It was a little spooky. Saf was looking the wrong way. Got a blizzard on the left side. 5%, almost there. Another left side blizzard, and it's done. Congratulations, Hard Chores. You have Sapphiron down. But at what cost? Summerfall, you will be remembered. Unfortunately, you will also be remembered for not moving out of Blizzard. But rest in peace. Might Hard Chores carry your memory with them and into a successful raid. I will... If they link loot, they can. I'm not in their raid, so I don't know what they got.
What is this? Your security measures have failed. See to this interruption immediately. Yes, Master.
All right, well, we may be getting another little downtime here because they might need to visualize KT. Well, I mean, Haxer, while I do agree with you, your reward is killing the boss, I will also say, characters carrying around stuff from Saf that are also hardcore, that is certainly a flex. Thank you, Natty Wufuwui, for, it was Eye of the Dead, Resilience of the Scourge, Fortitude of the Scourge, and Eye of the Dead. 2 Eye of the Dead. Everyone, that's a big F for Summerfall, who probably wanted that. Everyone, make sure to put an 07 in chat for Summerfall. I think I even saw some chatters here say they actually played with Summerfall before. Rest in peace. Hopefully you're ready to go again. Might your sacrifice push Hard Chores to further glory. And honestly, there's great things Saf gives. Giving healers good healing stuff is nice too. Healers are happy. They're probably shaking in their boots right now about KT and getting 2 healer trinkets right before. That feels nice. Does Summerfall have a replacement? I do not know. I'm sorry. I love that Wiesel is just. Yep, everyone here is paying their respects. Designer Dave says KT has a good chance of killing at least one person with an MC into a release on top of a death zone. Yeah, that is a potential. It's a little bit more easy to control. Not 100%, but the way Void Fissure works is I believe you can't be mind controlled when it targets you because you're not listed as an enemy. So you'd have to accidentally walk onto one. I think. It's highly improbable, but I think it is possible.
If you are immune to them when you're mind controlled.
Yeah. Checking on... Okay, I'm hearing from Lou that Summerfall has an alt for KT, checking if he has enough gear, though. And then Toto says, more meat for the Nax Shredder. What's it gonna take, Hard Chores? What's it gonna take? How many must die to see KT finally brought low? I do believe they are going to... I think they're going to log off again for another visualizer timeout. I'm going to keep them in the screen right here. I do want to say, though, aside from the one death, right, and that death was personally, like, that person knows what they did wrong. The spreading was crisp. The healing was clean. I don't think I saw longer than 1 second of a particle effect coming from a curse. You guys did that clean. So, GG's on that. Loyu is saying probably another 10-15 minutes. All right. I think people did log off right here, so we'll do a little picture-in-picture action. Go back to fishing. Because someone's got to fish. These fish ain't going to fish themselves. Oh, he didn't see the blizzard? Oh... I'm sorry. If that's true, genuinely, that's tough, man. I'm sorry. Sometimes there are some visuals in the games that you just don't see. They're just not there. And sometimes there's visuals that stay around for longer than you'd like. All right, let's go. Turtle Lab picture in picture is going to be window 1, and then this is going to be... All right. So we have them picture in picture. We're good. Hello, everyone. Mana Lisa, Little Karen. Not Gamer's here. I don't know who Not Gamer is. I know who Fish is, but hello, Not Gamer. Also, Mana Lisa, I love the pet. You know what's great about the tiny Warp Stalker pet? You didn't have to pay Blizzard to get it.
It's so cute.
Rao Kangren says, I owe you some hydration. I hope the Red Bull counts. I see that, though. Thank you. Also, fishing here isn't too bad, by the way. I actually am catching some stone scale. I mean, yeah, pretty much, Blade. That's like the only way you can tell. Like, if you'd have to instantly notice you're taking additional damage that isn't just the frost aura, and then on rip move. And that coupled with being a healer, I mean, if they couldn't see the particle effect, I mean, having done healing, the inclination is to tunnel vision on your bars. You're looking at your bars, you're keeping everyone alive. If you have that and you don't have any visual cue that you're taking damage, that's tough. Yep, it's true, Hebix. SEA gets nicer stuff than this. No, they do in some cases. They do, genuinely. But I think that might also be in part because they have a much different culture about how they see the game. For good or for ill. You know, like, oh no, they might get access to like an anniversary pet or something like that we don't get. But you know what we don't get that they do? They get loot box eggs still. So there's that. Summer didn't generate a message? No, it wasn't Sombra. It was the hunter that died in for Horsemen. I haven't had that happen on SAP, but I have it with Invisible Void Zones. Yeah, Void Zones have had some revisions over time. So just for everyone's knowledge, as far as I'm aware, I don't know who died, but during this Naxx run's taken a while. It's part 2 for Hard Chores. They did part 1 yesterday. They had some issues with Vesuvius, but I don't think anyone died on their first leg. Today, they were finishing up the bosses they were supposed to do yesterday, and then moving on to what we started with Gothik. Now, during that first leg that we didn't cover, they did have 2 deaths. I don't know who that was. And then we caught 2 deaths. We did see their hunter die in 4 Horsemen. We saw a paladin die in Sapphiron. Yep, Grob can still have invisible clouds. That's an easy one. Well, easy one to like. That problem has happened to a lot of people. So it was 2 at Vesuvius. Okay. Oh, that's tough. They had 3 petrification calls. Ooh, that's tough. So, this Naxx run, I mean, they have a chip on their shoulder to get the job done because of how many people have died. Raz can get super ropey with mind controls. Yep. There, it is a fight that probably more than any fight in this raid is what, like, you cannot prepare for a heartbeat resist. Like, you can like talk about it, but like that will throw everything for a loop. And I've often talked about this more generally. I think it's fine for the content it is. But I do personally think it is a hell of a monkey wrench to throw at priests, right? You've gone from Molten Core all the way to Naxx. Oh, by the way, hey priests, you know that thing you did maybe a couple times when you were leveling? Yeah, now you got to do it to tank something. That is a hell of a mechanic to throw at a priest. That late into progression. So I just think in general it's kind of wonky to like force priest, and then you have.
Then you learn how to position mobs and
Yep.
things.
Yeah. So like, if you've only played a priest and you don't know about tanking or any of that stuff, you have to learn all that stuff just to do that fight as a priest. So I do feel bad for priests. Feronia says I still don't know how to do it. $80 Petries for that? Yeah. That's that many, What is the recipe? I know it's, Black Lotus. Actually, I'm gonna look. I think stone scale oil is part of it, right? Yep, stone scale, 10 Mount Silver Sage, and a Black Lotus. This is why the graciousness of Rodfather one of their cheerleaders and helper, has done so much by helping them get tons of stone scale eels, because you need many, not just for titans, which also need stone scale oil, but because Flask of Petrification also needs the oil. You're damn right, Lio. He is goated. He's such a great asset to the community. I love Rodfather. Okay, I keep hearing people talking about if Sombra died or not. How can you not know if someone's dead? Hold on, let me try something. Hold on. I'm over on my who? Sombra. I see no players online that are named Sombra. So they're either logged off or they are dead. I have no idea what you guys are looking into. So I just keep seeing people talk about Sombra. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that. Sombra is 100% alive.
Summerfall died.
What?
Summerfall died.
Summerfall died, yeah. Now, I know, we actually caught that one live. Like, I was like, oh no, look, a blizzard. Oh no, they're dead.
I'm looking back at my notifications.
Oh, so Sombra wasn't announced? Well, if Sombra's not dead, that's why they weren't announced. Checkmate.
You cracked that case.
Murad, you little turd. Successfully added to friends list, yeah. By the way, if you're a softcore player like I am, like a filthy casual like I am, I want to let you guys know something. Something you might not know. I'm sure you're aware that the hardcore characters on Turtle WoW cannot, they can't receive items in the mail, right? They can't go in the auction house. But you know what they can get? You can send them letters. So, I would invite anyone who's felt inspired by any of the names you see here today, send them a piece of mail. And the reason I say that is because many of the players are just... Hardcore players do not often get mail because there's nothing in there for them. There's no items. They have to physically trade them generally. I mean, I think they can send... No, they can't use mail, I don't think. So when they see the mail icon pop up for them, they're excited. They have no idea what it is. So if you ever want to make a longtime hardcore players like just make their day, just send them a letter. They'll love it. Yeah. They can write to each other. I mean, you could also send them messages on Discord. I'm just telling you though, sending them a letter in game will feel special because they never go to their mailbox. I wish I did have ASCII art for mail. That would be a good idea though. Would that appear correctly? The only mailbox I went to so far as an Inferno is the one below Kara. Respect. Yeah, and a lot of people don't know, it isn't as simple. So they're all in what's called Inferno mode. You might see announcements for it every now and then. They actually have to do a specific quest chain before they hit 60 to tell the game that, no, when I hit 60, I want to remain mortal. And I want to do raid content, essentially. So that's kind of a big deal for them. It's something I don't think everyone knows that they actually do. It's not just getting to 60. They also have to attune themselves to be mortal. And they call that informed consent where I'm from. I am a little nervous about KT. I think I will have to fly in and be in the middle area on the off chance that even though I'm not ever a combat, that I don't want to be near those mobs and then somehow wipe their raid. I would never show my face. Like, if I somehow accidentally wiped this raid, I would be like, I would never show my face again. Like, I'm good. I'm done.
Also be careful you don't chain the grass thing.
I'll be up high. It's not gonna be an issue. Not in that respect, but no, because the bosses can't target you if you're not in combat. Hevix? I don't have that power. I would say though, genuinely, if I did somehow in some world on accident, if I somehow got them killed, I think they would have a solid case that like, hey, someone who wasn't involved in gameplay got us killed. I would go to bat for them after I ran from town. I will not click the scepter. Blade, why would you say that? That's cursed, Blade. They could do that. They could do a server rollback, or they could do revives. I know GMs in very limited circumstances have done that. Like the recent Ambershire Lava swimming club that happened a couple months ago. That was one that they revived Hard Chores for. Bruno, listen, I'm not even gonna acknowledge its existence, man. Don't worry about that. You're good. I'm your cheerleader. I'm not your doombringer. Feronia, yeah, you might not have been around when they added it. It allows for phase 1 of KT to like be a lot quicker, and you need like hella DPS to keep up with it. But speedrunners like it, and right or wrong, phase 1 of KT is a little slow. Yeah, so Valony, quest bugging, ISPs dropping you, they won't do anything. If a GM kills you, they will do something. Or if someone hacks your client or somehow teleports you to certain death, then they'll consider it. And even then, it's not 100%. What watt do I run my vape at? 25 at 21 ohms. And, you know, for what it's worth, Valony, when I was coming up as hardcore, I like to always share this story. It was different. They had just added a bunch of, like, new elites to the server. And the team forgot to put leashes on them. And you might be going, what's a leash? You ever pull something and go, uh-oh, I don't want to fight that, and then you run away? Well, eventually its leash will pull it back. Murog lost one of her versions of Murog to an unleashed elite who was, like, from Desolus and was hanging out in the Barrens.
Oh, he got kited.
Yeah, he got kited.
You lost one to an unleashed. Mine just, the one I died to just got kited.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. But part of the reason he could be kited was because he had no leash.
Sure. They
Now,
bring him to Orgrimmar to let the guards kill him.
right. So back in those days, if that happened to you, you're a hardcore, you would have to find a way to get to a guard to hope that the guards could kill it. It was a wild time.
I mean, they were a menace for normal players, too.
Yeah. Normal players didn't like him either.
If you rezzed and it was unleashed, it was still just standing by your body.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you'd res, and just the elite would be waiting for you. Be like, "Oh boy, you res? That was dumb." Exactly, Sega. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, I remember it was like, I think it's Zathiar or something. It was an elite in Ashenvale that got my mage, my first hardcore tune. And I like ran from it for like a full 5 minutes. I was a frost mage, so I could do that, but I just couldn't make it to Ogremar in time. And it killed the guards at Splinter Tree Post. So I'm like, what do I do? It's still on me. So,
Mom's not elite now.
yeah, I know. For a while, the ghosts on the Dark Reaver Karazhan world boss didn't have leashes. Yep. Now, there's a saving grace nowadays because the world's been split up into different sections, so you can't infinitely kite something. So if you know where those world boundaries are, you can still run over them and you'll be fine. Like, I remember I talked to a group of people back when they first instituted it who were trying to kite Thunderin all the way to Ogremar. And they got stopped right around Tenaris because that's where a world boundary was. And they're like, is this a bug? I'm like, kinda? But it's a bug by design because that was during the summer when we had like well over 10k players on one server all the time and there was queues. So... It's true, Blade. Yeah, they don't. They're pretty hands off. For good or for ill, that's just how they are. Yes, Feronia. They were having stability issues back then too.
That was a time, much like when we were leveling, that they warned people not to play hardcore.
Yep. No, I mean literally. I think it's like a time-honored tradition at this point. Whenever anything new comes out, it'll be crickets from like Hard Chores and everyone in the hardcore community. You just don't play. You just don't. You let them figure out bugs. You are taking your life in your own hands if you're hardcore and there's something new out. Also, who's the tiny red dragon? Oh, Fish, that's yours? I always wanted the red dragon whelpling. I have the black dragon whelpling, but I never got the red dragon one. Although anytime I'm near the red dragon whelps in wetlands, I always kill a bunch just to try to get it. My favorite color is green, though, so I've always wanted the green one as well. Those are from the dreaming whelps in Stonard. Or Swamp of Sorrows. They are visualizing big time. I expected as much. KT is a much more involved fight, I would argue, than Saf is. Saf doesn't even have phases, really. Like, there's an air phase, but it's not... It's just like a thing he does. And the mechanic isn't crazy. It's like, hide behind an ice block and spread out. Okay, yeah, you got it. Now, you see, Tan Torner, you say, I had my Warlock die in Stormwind, I'm assuming Vaults is what you mean? The end boss was still super overtuned and nobody knew its mechanics. If you're hardcore and you're fighting something you don't know its mechanics, I don't know what to tell you. You did put your life in your own hands at that moment. Oh, Stormrot Ruins? Right. Yeah, but I mean, the same, the story still applies. Yes, but Stormwind Vaults, when it was first released, also had buggy, overtuned mobs in it as well, so... Also, did I get 2 fish in that? Hold on, sorry. Oh, I got another bloated mitefish. Ooh, Emberstone, let's go. You know the Stormwrought Ruins mechanics day one? Disregard all the QA work I did at the time, though. Yeah, if any of you have any issues with the mechanics of Stormwrought Ruins, message Blader, who was doing some QA at the time for the team. Storm Vaults is like, once in a while with a really good party. Not everyone on Hard Chores does it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's the Turtle WoW tradition. Oh, don't message me. Message someone else. I'm on to you, Turtle Team. I know your wily ways. I know what you're up to. Yeah, I mean, where Stormwrought Ruins is now, it's like genuinely one of the greatest dungeons I've ever done. Like, it is genuinely fun. And Dragon Maw Retreat also, I'll put in that. They're massive. They're varied in level design. They have intriguing bosses even further level. It's challenging content. All around. And the lore on it's good too. I have done the Armory. Was it Armory? Is that the one where they have like a Death Knight in there? Because I think I've done that. That's pretty cool. Oh, okay. It was Graveyard that had the Death Knight. I'm not sure if I've done the Armory New Wing yet then. Hello, Anaquana. Wait, Murag, don't we raid with Anna? Or I have raided with Anaquana, haven't I? That name you see on screen? Oh, okay. I didn't know Anna was in Thunderale, though. I thought both your tunes were in Blackwing Guard. Shows you how much I know. No, I mean that's fine. It's just, I mean, as far as the pedigrees of the different guilds that exist on Northernar, Thunderale's like the first real raiding guild that ever existed on Turtle WoW. And they have a massive guild base. It's huge. Cyborg Bob, I don't, I'm happy to say I don't have private test realm access. I'm happy in that I can't answer your question. What I want to test is not the new content for like PvE. I want to test out their new survival stuff because they had like some notes that came out that said, hey, we're going to have like woodworking be a thing for survival. Like that was part of that announcement. And I am just so curious about how that's going to work and how that's going to feel. Because like I know on RIP, one of my initial things I was concerned about was that like, think about, now, I mean, maybe the way I think about it was wrong, because I was disabused of this notion. When I think about Horde starting areas, I don't think of lots of trees. Right? But when I think of Alliance starting areas, I'm like, well, they got plenty. They have way too many trees. What are they going to do? Right? And so I thought it might be, like, kind of faction imbalanced. But when you actually think about Mulgore, there's actually a lot of trees there. Silver Pine Forest and Brill have a lot of trees. Durotar is just not the spot without a lot of trees. So, But again, I don't know if they're going to be like adding new models to like loot from, or if there's going to be like nodes, or if you're going to have to like go to certain areas. Like that's the thing I'm really fascinated about. I've seen new raids, I've seen new dungeons, right? I've seen it before. I'm not saying it's going to be bad or good or something. Like I'm just new survival stuff is what I'm really itching to see. They put the lovely pink fox in the donation store and a pink frog. But you know what else they put? Hold on, wait. Let me catch this fish. They put a pink pony. I could not help myself. And once again, the turtle team gave us a mount that does not resize based on model size, so this looks like an actual pony. I bet you on a human it looks different. Yeah, no, pink pony, it's in there. Lo, when you say they have an alliance bias and you can't deny it, I would not be the person to bark up that tree about. They have gotten mad at me about railing on them about their alliance bias. To the point where I'm kind of a meme to them about complaining about it. Now, that being said, I have assurances that stuff with ZA is going to expand a lot of the Horde stuff. Maybe Trolls will get a city. I don't know. But when I count up cities for the Alliance, I count 5. When I count cities for the Horde, I count 3. I think that tells you everything you needed to know. That's just at things as they are now, right? And like stuff doesn't happen overnight, so I understand that. But I would say the players who love Horde, I think, have a different view about that same subject than many others. So yeah, I'm actually, and genuinely, I am excited for there to be sort of an RFC kind of dungeon for the Alliance. I think that's great. Because it is really awkward to, like, the only available dungeon is Horde only at that level. Lo, you sound just like me. Yep, I know. Hey, you know what hasn't been changed since I've joined the server? Amania lore. Ever go there? Actually, sorry, they did change something. They took Zul'jin and took him out. They actually made it worse. No, we could talk about stockades being alliance only. That's fine. I'm not trying to equivocate. I'm just saying there are other dungeons to do at that level, right? At that level, for Ragefire Chasm, there is nothing for alliance. At stockades levels, there are other dungeons that are available for Horde. I think that was more my point. Oh yeah, an underground continent would be pretty cool. It'd be a lot of work. A Vast Light says, we're doing KT in a bit, Vrogag. Are you excited? I'm excited. And I am just as scared. I am scared for you guys. I am looking at where you guys spawn in. I haven't seen you yet. It sounds like you guys might be wrapping up your pre-game KT meeting. Vast Light says, I'm the undead warrior on White Knight gear. I'll keep an eye out for you. I think, I mean, I don't know how, like, I actually like a lot of the stuff they've done with goblins as far as the Durotar Labor Union. I think a lot more could be done to flesh out that lore, and I think it'd be cool if, like, they have Sparkwater Port, which is just outside of Orgrimmar. It'd be cool, like, if it kind of became more of a fully fledged city instead of like an awkward questing hub. It's nice, but it doesn't really feel like a city. It feels like a suburb of Orgrimmar, if that makes sense. And of course, the trolls have been sleeping on Orgrimmar's couch for far too long, right? We're in agreement about this, right? Like they need their own place. I love trolls. Okay, I'm just saying they need their own place. Snare, can I vape in here? You can vape in here, that's fine. You might get judgment from other people. I would say listen to them with an open mind. They're probably coming from a good place. And I ask those people who are chiding others who vape to just be mindful that everyone has different places they're at in life. More Naga content? Yep. I like Naga stuff. A couple people logged in. Where's the rest? I'm guessing, Blade, that there is some people that have done KT a million times, and there are some people that are like, what's a KT? And the people that have already logged in are probably the people that have seen KT a bunch. I am keeping an eye. I'm not seeing much action over there. Actually, I'll go over just to make sure I don't AFK out. I can do a Who G Hard Chores. Yeah, I mean they're not like hiding somewhere. So yeah. Plu says, "Oh, they're doing Naxx. How's it been so far?" We had 2 deaths on screen. There were 2 deaths not on screen from this one particular lockout. They're on the cusp of getting the... I don't know. Again, I don't know what the title's supposed to be. Would it be like the Conqueror of the Scourge? That would be my guess. Just as a reminder. At the top is the title they got for doing MC. Vanquisher of the Flames. Then they have Conqueror of Dragons for BWL, clear. AQ40 plaque was Conqueror of the Karaji for doing the Temple of Encourage. So my guess would be that they are going to get Conqueror of the Scourge. Wait, they changed it to Conqueror of the Flames? Okay. It was Vanquisher of the Flames at some point, wasn't it? Did they change it? Of the Citadel wouldn't be bad either, Feronia. Also to Miles, who says a water-themed Naga raid would be nice. Yes, and I think they can have more water anything. And I'm not just saying this as a fishing enthusiast. There's just so much empty area out there that could just have tons of stuff. If you go to STV and you go to the Vile Reef, I think many underwater areas could look something like that, and it would be great. Vanquisher was announced on the forum, but they changed them all to Conqueror. Okay, so yeah. So that was like way back, yeah. Okay, I remember that now. It is Conqueror of the Scourge, or are you just saying you agree with that? So more people can die to invisible fish. Feronia. Listen, that happened once. And I will never live it down. Feronia is referencing the fact that I did a ZG. Feronia was there. Murag was there. Many people were there. And if you don't know this, Tauren models have very weird collision boxes with liquids from lava to water. I didn't think I was drowning at the time. I thought I was getting attacked by fish. And I yelled at my raid. I'm like, guys, heal me. Like, can someone get these fish off me? What's going on? And then I self-resed. And I went back to doing loot. And then I let them kill me again. Mind you, as a shaman, I could just put water breathing on. And they have not let me live that one down. Yeah, you know, also, Snare, I see you asking about what kind of character you should make. Dude, honestly, whatever you think you're going to have the most fun with. And if something isn't fun, just do something else. Yeah, Ferroni, I know I'm going to the grave with that one no matter what. I know. See, guys, sometimes it's okay to be the butt of jokes. Plu says, fun fact, if I am turned into that bat spider and get my size modified to 2.5, I can't swim in water without drowning unless I keep jumping out. Aha. This is true. So, here's a fun thing. Well, fun. Maybe some Tauren players can commiserate with me about this. If you're a Tauren and you try to do a lava jump run in Blackrock Depths, have you noticed how difficult and or impossible it is? I've done them with Vrograg, I've done them with a troll Shibiji, and I barely get touched by lava. I do them with my Tauren Obomsawin, I constantly take fire damage. Yep, see, Fish, I know you play a Tauren, you know what I'm talking about. It like, you can do it, but, like, either the window's really tight or, like, you have to, like, do it in a certain way. Lava jumps are almost impossible, Tauren. And, speaking of drowning, the closest Vrograg ever got to dying while doing his hardcore journey was drowning. Because of weird collision hitbox stuff with, the model. Yeah, maybe it's just a female Tauren model thing. I genuinely don't know. But I tested it with other models. Like, is it just me? Like, maybe I'm bad at lava jumping now, but nope. I'm just checking, I see one person in Western Plague Lands, but I don't think they're back yet. Also, who is that? Oh, wait a minute, wait. Wait a second. Summer, fall... Oh, there's an S in there. I'm like, what did they do? Sorry. So this is, I'm assuming, Summer Falls alt. Summer's fall. Welcome kind of back to the land of the living. It's got to be really creepy to be looking at your own grave, huh? Yeah, Barda, I could say on an orc and a troll, it's pretty simple. I've done it on a male troll and a female, a female troll and a male orc. No issue. Like, I'll still get clipped by it every now and then, but for Obomsawin, like, I constantly get hit by fire. Yeah, exactly, Johnny. That's true. If you've done Kara 40, when you get to the Ruins of Desolation, that spot of Outlands, when you go to do Sandsval, the Draenei boss, everyone can go under the awning except for Taurens who gotta walk around. And even the females, I don't know why. It's just, god damn. At least we can fit through doors. Tauren Druid shaped. Yeah, that's true. You know what? Tauren Druids can shapeshift under, but you know what they can't do? They can't plains run with water walking like a shaman can. I'm getting confirmation from Conic that they are going. I'm going to finish this cast and then get loaded in. Come on, give me the fish, give me the fish. No, I don't know this trick. All right. Hey, Hard Chores, I promise I'm not going to go pull KT. I'm just going to get good seats. Being very careful. Being very careful. Okay. All right, guys, we got good seats. We got good seats for the fight. No, do not say that. Also, oh yeah, I guess if I pulled, it would actually technically bring everyone in, wouldn't it? We're here, guys. We're at the final stretch. They're gonna do it. I believe, Hard Chores. I believe you guys can do it. Hebix, guess what I'm not gonna find out with a hardcore raid group? That question. I'm not gonna find out if I can. Also, you can't unless you're raid leader. So, sort of a moot point. Yeah, exactly. And I want the Turtle team to note how many people I have in my chat encouraging me to actively destroy Hard Chores. Hard Chores, I want you to know I would never. I would never. Blade telling me click the wiggly stick. I mean, it does kind of wiggle. Look, it's this one right here. Oh, I have Alt-Z on. So this is called the Scepter of Defiance. It's aching to be clicked. Yep. Philor Kill Order. Is this a Turtle WoW stream? Yes, sir, it is. Yes, it is indeed. This is Hard Chores, the hardcore raiding guild on Northernar. Perhaps getting their server first. Inferno mode. Nax clear today. So, actually, Johnny One-Ups, that's actually why I'm floating. If you take a look, the reason I picked this spot is I'm going to be directly over the throne. So I have very little chance of like a void zone or anything weird spawning beneath me. I'm about as safe as it gets as far as a spot to watch the action. I don't know where they are. Well, actually, I do know. I think they're all spawning in right now. We can go. I mean, I can at least. Hold on. Let me just go around. Nice. Uh-oh. Am I caught on something? I think I am. What am I caught on? Okay, I'm good. Stupid geometry. Let's take a look at some of the buffs. All right. Oh, yeah. I see frost resist. I mean, you're going to see everything. Again, I think these Valentine's Day buffs, like, this is an ideal time to try it, right? Because these buffs will give you 30 stam, potentially 30 agility, or 30 int. So these are actually kind of a big deal for what they're doing. Oh, there's Sage. Sage and Vrograd came up around the same time. Sage has been around for a long time. Sage, I'm so proud to see you here still. I'm rooting for you, friend. Remember, don't die. So, I see in Say chat they're talking about magic dust. Some people don't know about the existence of this item. I did want to let people know about it. So, magic dust puts the enemy to sleep for 30 seconds. Any damage caused will awaken the target. It does take 1.5 seconds to cast, so it's not instant. You get these from Dust Devils, mostly in Westfall. And the reason this is important, there are some classes that don't have CC, right? Or a CC they can use when a mind control goes out. Magic Dust will act like a CC, and it will last through their mind control. Good luck, Hard Chores. Good luck. I'm gonna go get seats. Nice and careful, like. Right, I go right to the... Okay. Go up a little bit, and then... Okay, that's about as good as it gets. I am moving as carefully as I can. I can't alter my speed on this character, so I have 1 speed when flying, and I'm not going to walk, so... Whew, alright. We're going to get rid of the chill music. Yep, if you know Dragon Ball Z, put your hands up in the air, lend Hard Chores your energy, give them a spirit bomb before KT gives them the spirit bomb. This is it, man. This is, I mean, literally years of progress, and it's going to come down to this. I'm going to put a poll in Twitch chat and in YouTube chat. Do you think they're going to clear? Vast Light, thank you. I mean, I'll definitely be interested in taking a look at the full thing to find out where those deaths happen. Yeah, I can't wait to find out who wins the role for the crazy cat lady. Yeah, filler kill order, that is exactly what they do. I know one of their players, I think, has a VMango's private server, just like a local one they spooled up to practice and visualize. Again, there are... majority of their players have never seen this fight in with their characters yet. Like, they've probably practiced, but they've never actually been here. So this is all new content for them. Feronia's wild and guessing 2 deaths. I'm guessing you guys are gonna gain another player. It will reverse the death of one of your players if you kill KT. He has their soul in his icy grip, guys. Kill him now. That would actually be kind of fun. Like, you could reverse the death of one player if you kill KT, who died in that same instance of that same, raid ID. I mean, I'm sorry, I see Ogofug saying they're all in the VMango server. I mean, they're also right here. So, I mean, yes. That's true. I think you should be able to turn in the phylactery. All right, I'm ending the poll. Twitch says 75% yes, you guys will clear. And YouTube chat, 87% says yes. There are doubters among you, Hard Chores. I'd say prove them wrong. So, Agufug, I mean, yes, strictly speaking, I would say there are players here who have never played endgame content in vanilla. I mean, they've practiced on other ones, but they've never, like this is their first time progressing through Naxx, I think would be the more clear way to say it. Or maybe as Blade would say, KT has your lunch money. Go get it back. Wow. Chadu actually has the defense chocolates on. I think they will Petri. If something really goes sideways, they will Petri. And I think if they do, that's it. But whereas with 4 horsemen, they would die even if they Petri. On this fight, I think they could survive if they Petri. All right, there's Chadu, walking up. I think they're going to walk to the circle together. You can pull it just by having someone go to the circle. It will teleport everyone into the circle, so. We've been waiting a while to see this. I am very excited. Is there a 32 buff limit in this client? I think they've jury-rigged it so you can have more, but they can become invisible. I know debuff limit was definitely buffed way back. I think there is a buff limit, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 3 is 24. So they're not at the buff limit. They probably will be when you get a bunch. Unfortunately, Ole Honcho, this is not a Final Fantasy 1 final boss. You cannot just throw Phoenix down on him. How many melee are there? Well, we'll find out soon. Here comes the moment we've all been waiting for. They're here. I'm clicking around to some of them to see what they got going on. I'm mostly clicking the Torn because they're biggest.
Soldiers of the cold dark, obey the call of Kel'Thuzad.
There it is. The fight started. If you haven't done this fight before, I'm going to tell you, Phase 1's boring. That's okay. Phase 2 gets real hectic real quick, so don't worry about it. Phase 1 does take a while, though. Good luck, Hard Chores. So, general strategy you have, right, you're going to have little skeletons come out. You got to pop them down with whatever range you want. You don't got to go crazy on them. You can even have healers do it sometimes. You're going to have A-bombs that have to be handled by the melee, and you're going to have soul weavers come out that have to be handled by spellcasters. You don't want to let them touch you, the skeletons or the soul weavers, otherwise bad stuff happens. Generally, you want to stun the A-bombs. Looks like they're showing pretty good discipline, right? You don't want to stun these guys when they're too far out, so that looks pretty good. That's true. I mean, I don't think they would, but it is good. I mean, that you mentioned that, Johnny One-Ups. It's true. There's a T3 set as arcane that if you use it, you will get splash damage and get a bunch of skeletons to come out. Or just more stuff to come out. They've been progressing as elemental mostly. I've seen them been doing frost. They might not even have an arcane set necessarily, so it might not even be an issue. We'll see, though. But it looks like they've only been doing arcane missiles. I'm trying to, like, watch what they're casting. Yeah, I don't want to inspect them. I'm pretty sure they've accounted for that. They do have some very experienced people with them that would probably know to say something. And considering they've gone through every conceivable measure to get prepared for this, that would be a huge oversight. You also don't want the Sigil of Arcane... the one from Thane Thorzen. that can do splash damage. Ancient Accord, thank you, Murug. Alright, they got it pretty well in hand here. They'll start getting a couple more guys. It'll speed up a little bit, but it's not going to get much worse than this. Now they are... Maybe they did get splash damage here, because that's a second Soul Weaver, it looks like. I'm trying to click on some of their mages, it's hard. Oh, there's one. So if you see that little debuff on them, it says Arcane Rupture, I think that means they do the spell that could potentially do splash damage. But I don't think I've seen too many bonus packs come, so I think they might be okay. What's that, Murug?
Only if they have the arcane to reset.
Yeah, that's true. Melee's been very disciplined about getting these guys stunned. Also, by the way, hey warriors, pay attention. Their 5 sunders happen instantly. Take notes. Watch this guy. Watch how quickly the sunders go on. Up, done. And as far as their comp goes, looks like they're pretty well split. They have a good amount of melee and ranged. Yeah, I think Phase 1 should be wrapping up soon. They're getting a lot of guys, so you're going to see the guys in the cubbies disappear, and that's when Phase 1 is officially ending. It should be happening soon. Yep, I don't know Filler Kill Order. I don't know what the situation is there, but I'm sure they have some kind of reason for not having a pet. Sometimes pets can cause more trouble.
Mercy.
All right, Phase 1's officially ending. They got to clear up the rest of this stuff. They have three Soul Weavers. Looks like they'll get it, though. All right, you see that? I just saw a Spirit Link go out on Chadu. Chadu's bringing it to the middle. I'm not going to move from where I am, but pay attention to how the melee spread out. There's going to have some on probably their back and on the sides. There's a Void Fissure. Looks like no one stayed in. They're having trouble getting rid of this guy. I think this was a real late, unfortunate Soul Weaver.
Challenge to the might of the Scourge.
Looks like it's almost done for. All right, now their DPS can focus on KT. There's the first Frost Blast going out. Looks like they might have already repopped. Like Flodor here doesn't have another frost protection on, so that's not good. But we did see good reaction there from Sumbris getting out of the way. All right, this is the real healing check. A bunch of melee got hit in this, but the grouping was very tight, so they did really well. And it doesn't look like anybody died.
Your soul is bound to
All right, there's the mind control. Let's see, looks like got stunned and polyed. Illustrea's not been... No one's CC'd. Just free casting. That's bad. Okay, finally, looks like someone CC'd them. And they're back. I don't think anyone's died, but that was pretty dangerous. Unfortunately, Restoration just got Detonate Mana. That's going to be tough to come back from. KT's not even at 50% yet, so they still got an uphill climb. Thank you, Charles Bearden, for the sub on YouTube. Get out, get out, get out. Oh, did he make it? Oh. Yep. Thatch died to a Shadow Fissure. That's rough. Okay, they have their melee group right there. Looks like they survived it. R.I.P. to Thatch. Hopefully they can seal the deal here. Shadow Fissures will get you. You got to watch your feet. Floater, good responses there. Detonate mana on another healer. Ooh, that's tough. Looks like they got an Innervate, maybe? Nope, wasn't Innervate.
Your soul is bound.
All right, there's some more mind controls going out. All right, looks like Sleep Powder on this guy, and then all 3 polymorphs. You love to see that. Another Frost Blast.
Your petty magics are no challenge to the might of the
Doesn't look like anyone else has died quite yet. Those mind controls broke, but it looks like they're good. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. Are they gonna be able to make it? Opera Singer has fallen. They got him down to 37%. Now's when they have to start controlling the beetles. Can they do it? All right, they have 2 controlled. They have 2 controlled. The 3rd beetle is going to be coming out soon. They have another Shadow Fissure right there. Oh no, oh no. Eliakor and Chadu died to Shadow Fissure. That's real tough. They had an unfortunate Frost Blast go right over there. And they got to keep it together just a little bit longer. These beetles are, one is not shackled and one is not feared. That's going to be tough. It's just going to be munching down on people. There might be a shield wall popped. More mind controls going out. Ooh, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. I don't know how Euresa's not taking damage. They might have some kind of, like, protection on them that I don't know about. That's curious. All right, Kel'Thuzad, 12%. Can they tap it in? Also, Bloodik died as well. They got 10% left. Can they push? Can they push? It's probably the last Frost Blast that's going to go out. One of the bugs is Frost Trap. They got to push it in now. Ooh, 5%, 5%. Oh, one more Shadow Fissure. And the deed is done. I can't believe we've witnessed this, everyone. What triumph and what tragedy. Chadu, who has seen them through every tier, died in like the last 20% of KT's health. Chadu, 07 to you, friend. I mean, that's tough. That is tough. But you know what? Your effort, and you will be remembered. We also, they lost all their, I think they lost all their Thunder Furies, by the way. Eliakor, also a long-time Hard Chores member, also passed away. I think both of them got clipped by a Shadow Fissure. We also lost Bloodik. I'm sorry. I think you just, I don't think a mechanic killed you. I think you just got too much frost damage and died and didn't get healed. Or it might have been a Frost Tomb. And you had a Frost Tomb at a bad time. I think there was one other. It was a Shadow Fissure? Okay. And we also lost Eureka, who is now a Wisp. So was Eureka was the Druid tank who was holding them back. I do not know how you held them for that long, because those beetles slap. They're supposed to start one-shotting people. You held the line. I think if you didn't do what you did, it would be over. So your sacrifice was well worth it. Amazing job. Is there anyone else I missed that died? I got Bloodik. I hear someone say, no better place to die, Eli. Kind of true. Oh, Opera Singer. Opera Singer passed away as well. Opera Singer and... So I knew there was some in the middle. I couldn't see them. So Thatch, I remember, died early on. Thatch to a Shadow Fissure. opera singer. I don't remember. But guys, also, like, everyone who died here, you died for a greater cause. You made it. You made it to the end. And I know for some people it's quite sad to see those who died at the very end. You guys all, I'm sorry. 2 Thunder Furies passed away. I mean, I think we can't just go over that easily. But you did it. Truly an inspiration to everyone who has ever played Turtle WoW. Your dedication has got you so far. I'm impressed. Good stuff, Hard Chores. I think I saw ESAT, one of the GMs around, but I will say, congratulations, Hard Chores. Thank you for continuing to be an inspiration to us all. What dropped? I'm almost gonna say it's too soon. It's too soon to ask. Like, genuine. Like, I mean, come on, man. They just lost some of like their day one dogs. Like, I don't even want to ask. I don't even want to know right now. I am curious who wins the cat. Highest guild drama loot item right now for the cat. I agree. I think that is the highest guild loot drama. I want to know who wins the cat. Leo, like, honestly, when I saw Chedu died, I wanted to pass away. I wanted my jam to die. I'm like, oh no. They do have cold blood in their veins to keep going. But I also kind of know that Chedu would have it no other way. Chedu wanted to see them get to the finish line. Also, I don't know what title they're supposed to get. Also, honorable mention, this guy, Dreadbeard, has Seeker of Knowledge as well. In addition to now, wow, what a dedicated player. Seeker of Knowledge is not easy to get. If that's I think that's the 2800 quest one you need to do. Either way, he's done all the quests. I know it's slightly... It is easier to do an alliance. Like, I'm not going to lie. But I respect where respect's due. You know what I mean? You don't accidentally do that many quests. I'm just going to say a couple things I'm saying in Say Chat. I don't want to dox anyone, but I will say I see someone saying, the healers saved us every time. You damn right they did. Someone says Incarnon is such a Chad. He was literally ready to die. Someone says, how does it feel to clear Naxx side by side with a dwarf? Well, Tantorner, I don't know how I feel about getting exalted with Avi. That just feels like inviting death, but... So there you have it. Everyone, I hope you enjoyed the show. If any of these players, if you see them online, give them a salute. give them something. Hopefully, it won't be long until the turtle team, whether it's management or whoever, gets them their. I've heard a couple people say like Ascended Champion or something, or I don't know what it's supposed to be. Gets them their title for killing KT. And I'm happy to put bookends on this years-long saga that I've been following as the news org. Habarku, I'm just going to say Hish, says, these guys haven't died once and cleared Naxx. I've died 15,300 times and will continue to do so daily. It could be Conqueror of Mortality. I don't know what it is. I think they got the bow, because I'm hearing someone talk about the bow. There is a KT bow, right? Kara 40 is a whole different ball of wax. It is not hardcore friendly. Oh, sorry, crossbow, my bad. Slave Maker. You are welcome to use the VOD of this for any art project you wish. Can anyone in chat who might have been in this raid confirm? I know there's a couple people curious what they got for loot. I'm still trying to find out who won what. I think they're still figuring that out, but I think everyone's curious about the cat too. Sorry, one of the people in their group said they're going to be making like an art collage of all the stuff that they did here. And I was telling them that it's fine to use any of my material for... Or just message me in Discord. I won't say who, but I do hear some chat about some people saying that someone might be crying. I mean... I gotta say, this is a lot of effort, and so I mean, I think that is more than justified. So, like I was saying, if you see any of these players when you're playing on Northernar, give them a salute. Say hi. Send them a piece of mail. Tell them what you think. I think I've always been inspired by this level of dedication, and you know what, they paid in blood to get what they got today. So hopefully it will be remembered for a long time. Yeah, I figured you guys would have guidelines for the cat. But I can't see any loot getting handed around or traded or anything. Oddly enough, though, if someone gets something from Master Loot and then trades it, I do get to see that. I don't know why, but I do. I'm not in your raid, but I'll see it. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. So they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in this one encounter. And remember, they did that after reviewing the fight, after going over all of it for like half an hour. And still, KT's still a tough fight. Stuff can go sideways. Stuff did go sideways for them. Was it 6? But you know what? Hard Chores has more than earned the right to have this moment to themselves. We got to join them for the kill, so we're just gonna wrap up here. I'd like to thank Hard Chores for allowing me to record this historic occasion. Personally, I'd like to offer my congratulations and condolences for those that have fallen for making this. It has been a privilege and an honor to cover and watch you guys slowly climb the mountain and get here. I'm actually proud of you guys for making this far, because I know all the setbacks you've had over time, and so I think it's been great. It's been inspiring. You guys are a good cornerstone of the community, so thank you for that. I have nothing but good things to say about you guys, so thank you for doing what you're doing. And if you died, as the saying goes, it's time to go again. And if you're still alive, good luck in rebuilding the team. I can't wait to see all of you with Mark of the Champion on all of your raiders someday. Good luck getting your title. I'll bother the team, but I'm sure they're getting bothered too. I can't wait to see it. When I get official word on what the title is, I'll be in your Discord. I want to get the final list of people that were part of the kill, so I can make my final plaque for you guys. And yeah, that's it for today's stream. I'm sorry, there were some slow periods, but we're not going to rush this. Thank you for joining. If you've been watching, make sure, if you're watching on YouTube, drop a subscription. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure to do the follow thing. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. So I'll do my normal sign off I do all the time, which is, thank you, Jezer. Take care of yourself. Take care of one another. If you're playing games, make sure you're having fun, because that's the point of games. And as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.